Irashai, welcome.
Oh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for the bonk.
Mhm.
So for the record, my Setsubun redeem is still live. So if you'd rather pelt me with beans, that. And right now it will hurt because Setsubun is during Setsubun, beans are Noni's weakness. Why only during Setsubun? Because I said so. Shut
Beans
up.
are great.
Beans are great, except when it's Setsubun and
Yeah.
they hurt.
Can you explain Setsubun to me?
So, gonna sleep early? Oh, don't worry. I'm glad you came, Alon. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good rest. Oyasumi. But yeah,
Good
so
night.
Setsubun is a um it's a Japanese holiday that
Mhm.
occurs at the beginning of February, usually February 2nd, somewhere between 2nd to thank you.
よしよし。
頭撫でて。本当にありがとう. Appreciate you giving me head pats. Um, so, where was I? Right. So usually between the 2nd to the 4th, February 3rd is pretty.
Mm.
And it is a festival where the general way it's celebrated is it's meant to bring in good luck and drive off bad spirits, by which we mean bad spirits typically means Oni. And so usually
Okay.
some person will play the Oni and they'll put on an Oni mask and like, dance in front of the kids and like and pretend to be threatening. And then the kids will throw roasted beans at the Oni to drive them away.
Ah, I see.
Usually this
Okay.
comes along with with chanting of Fuku wa Uchi, as in like the may the fortune be inside, and Oni wa
Hmm.
Soto, which is may the Oni be outside or be driven out.
That's
So
fair.
during Setsubun, I have a special Setsubun theme where you can throw handfuls of beans at me. And
Hmm.
last week, it was not working quite as well as I'd like. This week is working much better, so feel.
Cool.
But yeah, so last time we got through the Coliseum, we arrived at Mantake. And we found out this place is having a rough time because the knights are being shady again.
Wait, which of these is the beans? Oh, wait, Setsuban special. That would be.
Yeah, the Setsubun special. Yeah. So yeah, as you can
Excellent.
see, it is at least slightly improved. So last time I was having trouble because the beans came out as like a single stream, like a handful, and now you
Right.
can see you actually throw a handful of beans.
Excellent.
But yeah, so it took some work getting the nodes and Vignon right for that. All right, so we rested at the inn. We are about to head to the desert to go look for Pharaoh.
Sounds good.
And I think we went and filled up our canteens. I'm not. No, we didn't. Okay. Oh, yeah. So for the record,
I see Carol has a frog outfit on right now.
Yeah, so for the record, I remember that I can actually at least use the DLCs for the like DLC only outfits.
Yes.
One of which, for those who don't, so however, in addition to those, there are a few outfits that were originally in the Japanese version of the game that did not make it to the definitive edition, and I've added those back in with mods. One of which is the Sergeant Frog outfit for Carol. He's more okayだね. All right, we've gathered our water. I think our preparations are okay. Indeed.
Yep.
No, let me go.
Is Yada kind of like Yamate?
Not exactly. Yada is so Ya is like, it's basically saying like you don't like it.
Okay.
So Yada is it's a common thing you'll hear kids going like, no, I don't like it. Like, Ninjin Yada. I don't like carrots.
Yeah.
It is kind of a no or a refusal, but specifically it implies a dislike of whatever's going on.
Yeah.
Gaigoku kinshi. Gaishitsuki. If you going outside is forbidden, and if you break that rule, and bad kids who break that rule are sent to the magistrates.
嫌だ。僕たちお父さんとお母さんを探しに行くんだよ。
No, we're gonna go search for mom and dad.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, so now we're gonna volunteer to do it.
And he was actually saying bad kids will get chastised by the magistrate. Says, instead of the magistrate, why don't you let me handle chastising those kids? Outsiders shouldn't run their mouths. Notably, he says kuchidashi. So like, it's like spitting things out of your mouth. But yeah,
Right.
basically they shouldn't put what they're saying into our business.
許してあげてください。
Please forgive him.
私が直接この子たちに代わって執政官に頭を下げます。
I will negotiate with I will bow my head directly to the magistrate in exchange for these kids.
おやもしやこの方
Wait.
So she's basically saying she'll
person
take
couldn't be.
responsibility.
Yeah, she's basically saying like she'll take responsibility for them and apologize to the magistrate if they cause problems.
Yeah.
And this guy's going, oh, wait a sec. This person.
失礼しました
I apologize. Normally, he's actually saying, this is common in Japanese. Kitsure shimashita says, I've been rude, basically. I've done a rudeness to you.
Right. Okay.
So they have realized who she is.
まずかったでしょうか。
Carol in the background.
Just staring into the camera with that outfit.
Yeah, he's looking into my soul right now.
He really is.
Yeah.
What's good? But that isn't bad.
結果オーライだな。
I think it went all right. Notably, he does kekka, which is like the results, and then orai is in like all right in English.
So like a literal translation would be kind of like results all right.
Yeah, a very word for word translation would be the results were all right.
Okay.
But yeah, I would, as I translate, I think the more common way to do it would have been like, I think that went okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
ありがとう。お兄ちゃん、お姉ちゃん。
I know.
Thank-
I understand that one.
Yeah, you want to translate then?
Thank you. Yeah, that's like thank you, big sister, big brother.
Yep. So in this case, it's more used as like a Mr. and Miss.
Yeah, like
English.
I know like Oni-chan and One-chan in Japanese is not used exclusively to refer to brothers and sisters. It's just I guess just kind of being very familiar with someone.
Rather than
Or-
familiar, it's when you don't have information to go off of, like a name or a title or anything else you could call them.
Mhm.
This basically serves as a both gender and age range. Those you at least have.
I see. Okay.
Basically, the way Japanese works is you generally want to refer to people by name.
Right.
First and foremost, if you can refer to someone by name, probably should. Secondly, if you don't have name, but you do have their title, for example, like their position in their company, or like who they are to you, that. So, for example, doctor or teacher. Those are. Hi, Melo, Yudashai, welcome. Not gonna throw beans at me for Setsubun, but have a good lurk either way. Kite kurete arigato ne. Thanks for stopping by. I hope your day's going well too. Ah, yep. There we go. Where was I? Right. So you'll use like a title. So like teacher or doctor or whatever else.
Mhm.
Especially doctor's a good example of this. You may go to a doctor and not know the doctor's name offhand. and have to refer to them. And you might say, and typically for doctors, you'll also call them sensei, but that's beside the point. But like, they're your doctors. You can call them sensei even if you don't know their name because like they're teaching you about your condition.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But let's say you meet someone on the street who helps you out and you have no idea who the hell this is. You don't know their name, you don't know their family, you don't know what their job is. Them helping you on the street was clearly just coincidence, not like their role in it. What you're left with is what's obvious about them, which is generally speaking, their gender and rough age rate. And that's where this Nichan Nechan kind of come into play. You'll use
So this is just basically suggesting they are in the right age to be an Oni-chan and an One-chan.
Basically. It's basically like, hey, this person, they're older than me, but not enough
like
to be like aunt or
OG
uncle. Exactly,
Yeah, they're
Oji-san
not
or
like
Oji-san.
OG.
And definitely not enough to be Oji-chan or Oba-chan, which would be like grandpa or grandma.
Yeah.
They're not in the age range to be old person or like middle-aged. They're clearly in like the young phase, in the young part of their life. So Oni-chan or One-chan makes that's basically what it boils down to.
Okay.
And in the reverse, if it's a kid you don't know, a common one is you might hear Bozu for a boy, which is like Bozu or Boya, which is just like little boy.
Okay.
Or you might hear Musume, which is literally normally like daughter or young girl.
Okay.
Or yeah, you might hear also from an Ojo-chan, which is like, it's kind of, Ojo-chan is kind of like princess or like, you know, a young noble lady, but also it will be used for young girls who to kind of treat them nicely.
That makes sense, yeah.
Even if they're maybe not actually like noble or high up or anything like that, you might just say
Yeah,
like,
you're
to, like,
just
make the,
you're just
you know,
being like really kind to the girl.
exactly, like, you know, you find you see a lost girl in the mall and you might say, "Oh, princess, do you need help finding the people accompanying you?" Just like play along and be nice and make her feel it.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Anyways,
坊やたち、お名前は？
and you just heard it there. What I was just talking about. Boyatachi. She's basically calling them kids.
Yeah.
Oh, and you kids, what are your names?
僕はアリフ。妹はライラって言うんだ。
So you can, I think you can handle the first line of that.
Yeah. So Boku is just like a version of I that a young boy would use.
Yep. Good.
Wa is just connector. So
Yep.
I'm
much.
is it Aru?
Yep.
Aru. I'm spacing on what that is. Is that a Sue?
Not Sue. Sue would have the additional diagonal line in the bottom right.
Right. I might need to look that one up.
You just said it, actually.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait.
I don't think you realized you were saying anything. I think you were just making a sound, but it was the right
I made
sound.
an ah sound.
You went
Oh, it's a fu?
It is a
wait, is
fu.
it Arufu?
Arufu, yep.
Ah, Arufu. Okay,
Oh, I would translate that as Alf.
that's fair.
And then Imoto.
Yeah, because
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Arufu is not really a name that a Western audience would be particularly familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, and it's clearly meant to be a foreign name. It's in Katakana. So Alf just kind of.
That's
Yes.
fair, yeah.
And then he also says, Imoto wa Raira te yunda. So, my
So
little sister.
he's saying, yeah, his sister, his little sister.
And my little sister is called Lila.
Right.
お父さんとお母さん、どうしたのかしら？
So Otosan to Kasan.
Yep.
So that's that's Otosan is father and
Yep.
mother.
Yeah,
So
Otosan
father and mother, and I'm guessing the rest of the sentence is referring to like where are your father and mother?
Basically, so dosta no kashira. So dosta is like, it's like why or what, but kind of asking like a what's going on with it kind of way. So
Yeah, that makes sense.
it's just like what's going on with your mother and father, or whatever might be going on with your mother and father. Because no kashira is a very feminine way of like adding a kind of what might, like it you're kind of wondering tone
Yeah.
to it. So whatever might be going on with your mother and father.
I know we've made many comments about this at the past, but I can never get over the fact that Rita is both wearing glasses but has goggles in her hair.
I mean, technically, she doesn't normally wear glasses. I just think they fit her.
Yeah.
Ooh. Shiseikan. So this is interesting. So Shiseikan is we saw this in kanji earlier, but now when he says it, it's in katakana. Shiseikan being like their term for magistrate. So like it's giving the feeling that he doesn't really understand what a magistrate is because he's saying it in katakana.
Right.
But yeah, so Shiseikan sama no basha ni noserarete tabaku ni furukarachatta. So once again, we have a lot of fun conjugation here. So it's just like him kind of like figuring out how to say things. And Shiseikan sama no basha. So basha, ba literally being horse, cha being like cart or car. He's saying like a carriage. So, and then ni noserarete. So noru is to ride. Noseru is to like to make someone ride, and noseraru would then make it to be made to ride. It because seru is to make someone do something, to force an issue, or like to force an action, whereas rararu is passive voice. So to have it done to you.
Okay.
So they were made to get into the magistrate's carriage, and sabaku ni tsurete karechatta. So this is another interesting conjugation on multiple levels. So tsureru is to like bring along. So first sabaku is desert. Then we have tsureru is to bring along, but we have tsurete, so we're gonna connect it to some other thing. And then we have kare. Kareru is to like borrow. And then we are changing that from kareru to kare chao, which is the casual form of teishimao, which is like to be completely, or it's like complete, it signifies completeness or unfortunateness. We talked about this a little bit with another very long conjugate earlier. And then we make that past tense. So they were borrowed and taken, and unfortunately taken to the desert. Basically, he's going like, they were made to get in the magistrate's carriage and taken away to the desert. I guess probably the most natural way to translate that. They said they're searching for Pharaoh. Pharaoh?
ああ。でもフェローの調査って何をする気よ?
But what are they planning to do if they search for Pharaoh?
それに町の人を利用してってことだよね。ひどくない?
And on top of that, they're using the people from the town to do it. Isn't that terrible?
ねえ、お兄ちゃん、お父さんたち探しに行かないの?
Ooh, you want to try your hand at this one?
Okay. Nah, I'm gonna guess that's like trying to get attention.
Yep.
So it's like a hey, Oni-chan, like brother.
Yeah. Again, probably more like Mister. But yeah.
Oh, because she's referring to
She's referring to our group.
to Yuri.
Yeah, to Yuri and his group.
Right. I think this is Otosan. Is this Otosan?
Yep, that is
Or Kosan?
Otosan. You are correct. You read the kanji properly.
Okay. So Otosan Tachi.
Yep. We discussed what Tachi
Um,
does. Do you remember?
I think it's to essentially. It means it's referring to a person, isn't it?
Not quite. It pluralizes.
Oh.
So if you use it in conjunction with a specific person, it kind of means that person and their group.
Okay.
So Otosan
So-
Tachi would be like dad's group.
So my dad's group.
And this
Not
was
familiar with the.
yeah, this is Sagashi, which is like search. And so we have that kanji is so Sagashi is search, and the one below is the kanji for like to go.
Right. Shini. That kanji is pronounced ha, I think.
Not quite. It's
Nope.
pronounced
E. Ika na I know.
Yep.
Okay. So he's trying to get Yuri's attention. Then he's talking about his father's group. To go. Is he asking if they're going in the same area as his father's group?
Not quite. He's asking if they're going to go search for it. Like, won't you go search for our father's group, for dad's group?
Right. Okay.
Because, and notably using ikanai no. So ikanai is the negative form of to go. So, won't you go?
Okay.
Yeah. It's like in English, this is a common way to ask.
Right.
やめな
That
さい
makes sense.
あなたたちが砂漠に行っても死ぬだけ
Oh, actually, no. In this case, she was actually asking her brother. Rather than Yuri.
Oh, and then so when Judith says, yeah, Yamen Nasai. So that's her saying that's a bad idea.
Yes, basically. Hello, Rao and Echo. Irashai. Kite kurete arigato, futarito mo.
Welcome.
Thank you both for coming in. How y'all doing today? Hope you're having a good evening.
Or kind of like don't.
Please don't try force my nips, Rao.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate if you didn't. But yes, you are exactly correct. She's basically saying, please stop that.
Yeah.
Or please stop there. But yes, welcome,
Mhm.
welcome. Hope you both are doing good. How's your night been going? 私たちが砂漠に行っても死ぬだけよ? Even if you go to the desert, all that'll happen is you'll die. Notably, for that, all that'll happen is you'll die. What she says is shinu dake yo. Literally it means it's literally just shinu is die. All right, you got it. I will hydrate. And then dake is only. So literally it's just only die. But okay. Oh, I have hydrated. Oh, thank you, Rao. 水をあげてよ。どうもね。But yeah, so she's basically just saying, like, yeah, no. If you go to the desert, you're just gonna die.
ジュディス
Judith?
私たちが探すわだから砂漠に行ってはダメ
Ooh. But we'll search. So please, don't go to the desert. Or rather, so, going to the desert isn't allowed for you. Notably, she says, Sabaku ni itte wa dame. So literally, going to the desert is bad or isn't allowed.
本当に
Isn't that really?
Yep, you got it.
私嘘はつかないわいいでしょカロル
I think Judith is saying that they'll take care of it, and then she basically says, "Isn't that right, Carol?"
Not quite. So what she says is, Watashi uso wa tsukanai wa. So literally, I don't lie. And then ii desho, isn't that fine, Carol?
Mm-hmm.
いいよ。
Yep, that's fine.
嫌にあっさりしてるわね。
Yani asari shiteru. What is asari? I don't know that one offhand. I feel like I should, but we'll find out. Asari. Easily, readily, quickly. Okay. Yani asari shiteru wa ne. I guess saying no when... I guess you really can't say no to that. I don't know how I'd translate that. I think she's saying the situation is like... You pretty quickly agree that the situation isn't good.
義をもってことをなせですよね。
Do justice, wasn't it?
The head bob for the frog.
Got this one.
So, arigato, thank you. One Chantachi and like Big Sister's group.
Yep. So, kind of like, thank you, big sister and everyone.
お
Yep.
礼にこれあげる。
Ooh. Ore ni kore. So, ore is like, as thanks. Like, it's like thanks. So, as thanks, here, have the, I'll give you this.
ガラス玉？
Marble? A marble?
素敵な宝石だわ。
A lovely gem it is.
仕事の報酬ですね。
That's payment for a job, isn't it?
先払いしてもらった分きっちり働かないとな、カロル。
Well, if we've been paid in advance, we better work hard, shouldn't we, Carol?
そうだね。
That's
Yep.
true.
にしても
Even so,
帝国がフェローの調査か。
Pyro's searching for Pharaoh.
Hmm.
All right. Now we head out into the desert.
どうしたんですユーリ？
Yeah.
What's wrong?
いや、ここの執政官は何を企んでるんだろうってな。
I'm wondering what the magistrate here is really planning.
フェローを探したりしてさ。
You know, searching for Pharaoh.
まあ、帝国としては姫様を狙う化け物は排除したいだろうけどな。
I mean, I suppose the Empire would probably want to eliminate the monster that's targeting the princess, but
でもあいつらエステルが狙われてることも気づいてないんじゃない？
would they even know that she's being targeted at this point? Or would they even have realized they've been being targeted at this point?
じゃあ何のためよ。
Actually, technically, she was a double negative there, so wouldn't they have not even realized it at this point?
Mm.
Yeah, then what could it be? Then for what? Or then why would they be doing this?
私が知るわけないでしょ。
It would be great if Carol's head was slowly getting bigger.
That would be hilarious. It is very funny having it taking up this entire corner of the screen.
Yeah. I very
Oh
much
man,
enjoy
Echo,
this.
you are on a 15 stream streak. Damn, man, you really make it to a lot of these. Hontoni arigato ne. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for always being by.
Mm-hmm.
私が知るわけないでしょ。But what? Like I'd have any idea.
外出禁止というのもわからないわね。
We also don't know why they're forbidding the villagers from going outside.
とにかくまずはコゴール砂漠でしょ。
Well, first we gotta go to the Kogor Desert, right?
ああ、この町のことを調べるにしても帰ってきてからだ。
Yeah, no, he's completely hidden.
Well, we'll have to search. Even if we search about the stuff, it'll have to be after we come back.
早くあの二人の親を助けてやんないと、この暑さでぶっ倒れちまうわよ。
Yeah, first we gotta hurry up and save those two two's parents. If we don't do it quick, they might collapse because of heat.
そうですね。
It's true.
で、砂漠の中央部はこの先抜ければいいんだっけ？
Perfect, no notes.
Just Carol's head taking up everything here.
Yeah.
Well, we're headed to the center part of the desert, right? May as well head out now then, right?
そうね。おそらくあの子たちの両親が連れて行かれたのはそっちの方だと思うわ。
True. Most likely, that's where those kids are also taken. So we can start searching that area.
わかった。行こうぜ。
At
Got
least, at least the word bubble exists on the top layer.
Yeah, that is very helpful.
It would, though, be funny if he was partially blocking that.
That'd be really funny.
Yeah.
Got it. Let's go. Bill's getting a little better at leaving people behind and not trying to involve herself in literally everything at the same time.
Yeah. Out of curiosity, so you got the frog suit.
影一つないですね。
Yes.
Because of the mod that
Yeah. Oh, right.
reintroduced some old
I should
ones.
show you the other ones, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I'm wondering what other things we missed out on my playthrough.
So there's not much, honestly, that I have that you don't. There's a few other mod outfits. Not
Okay.
一つないですね。And a single shadow is there.
この暑さ、想像以上だね。
This heat, it's even worse than I imagined.
準備なしで放り出されたらたまんねえな。
If you went out here without preparing, you really wouldn't make
あ
it.
のおっさんは準備なしでも平気そうよ。
That old man looks like he'd be fine even if he didn't prepare.
おっさん、暑くないのか。
Old man, aren't you hot?
やあ暑いぞ。めっちゃ暑い。まったく暑いぞ。
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
he
I'm
loved
real
it.
hot. Very hot.
Didn't-
Really so hot, man.
うっとうしい。
If I remember correctly, he did very well with the heat but hated the cold.
Yep, that is correct. Ugh, so annoying. Use Uttoshi, which is both like a combination of like loud and annoying.
Yeah.
暑いって言われるたびに温度が上がっていく気がします。
They said it was going to be a hot journey, but I have a feeling it's only going to get hotter from here.
水の補給を忘れないようにしときゃ大丈夫よ。
As long as you make sure to regulate your water intake, you'll be fine. Or rather, as long as you don't forget to regulate your water intake, you'll be fine.
サボテンですね。
The cactus, right? Fun word for you to learn in Japanese. Saboten. Cactus.
Saboten. Cactus. Okay.
でもあの子た
Saboten.
ちの両親は何も準備してないのよね。
Those children's parents. Anything?
フェローも探さなきゃ。だけど、
Pharaoh too, but
ええ、アルフとライラからの依頼を先にしていいかしら。
yeah, yes. Wonder if it would be okay if we prioritized Alf and Lila's quest first.
でも、
Oh, but
私との依頼は終わったはずですから。
my request technically is already over.
エステル。
よし、二人の両親を探そうぜ。
All right then. Let's search for those two's parents.
今のフェローの？
Was that from Pharaoh?
やっぱりフェロ オはこの砂漠にいたんだ。
After all, Pharaoh's in this desert.
せかすなって。あの子供たちからの依頼が終わったら存分に相手してやるからさ。
Don't rush it. As soon as we find these kids, as soon as we finish these kids' request, or as soon as we're over with these kids' request, I'll be your partner. Plenty.
Oh, we got a skit.
You have a skit, but first I did promise I would show you
Yeah.
outfits. So yeah, so this is the one I believe you already had seen, which
I
is the
think so,
reference
yeah.
to Tales of the Abyss. One of the ones added back to the mod is another version of that where it keeps hair color.
Oh, okay.
So nothing too crazy on it.
Mhm.
And I don't think there was any. There was another one for Dell, which similarly, this is the one you remember, referencing the other
Yes,
Tales
I
of the
remember
Abyss
that
main
one.
character. One of the Tales of the Abyss main characters, and then this is again she gets a version where she keeps color.
Okay.
The last one is for Flynn, who I don't have in the party, so I can't show you that.
Okay.
Actually,
so
wait,
there's not, like, a whole-
there was one more. Actually, I realized. Let me put her back in her regular.
Okay.
Yuri did get one other DLC out.
Excellent.
Yep, just a towel. That's it.
Just a towel.
I'm trying to read that kanji, but it's difficult. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look
doesn't-
those up.
It doesn't help that it's like on its side.
It really doesn't help that it's on its side. All right, so we're gonna look this up. So let's
Okay.
see. We have 1, 2, 3. We have the rice. This one. Here we go. Search. That is boil, ferment, or uproar. Man, that's a lot of different definitions. Waku, to well up or gush out. Like water like water springing out of a hot spring.
That makes sense.
Let's see. What if can we get the next one? We have the grass radical. Have once again the rice field. Then we have like this. Yeah, I think it's this. And then let's try to get the last one. We have a lid. Have a mouth. We have 1, 2. This? No, that's not. Looking at wait, no, it's not lid. We have earth radical. Or no, samurai radical, not earth radical. We have that's a 3. This one. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. What is this? Oh, that's you, as in like. Okay, it's you, as in the. So the first one we had right. That's the like spring up. This is and oh, this is another way of writing mon, and longevity. Oh, I know what this is.
What is it?
It's pronounced Yumanju.
Yumanju. What is Yumanju?
That's the name of the hot springs town later in the game.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
That's how they
So
actually
this
write
is-
it in kanji.
Yeah, okay. So this is like the hot spring advertising themselves with the towel.
Exactly. That's exactly what this
That
is.
makes
This is the
sense.
hot spring, basically a towel they give out so that people will wear it and, advertise the hot spring to other people, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually really funny. I like that. All right, we have Sabaku Tabi, a trip through the desert.
進めども進めども見えるのは砂と青空のみよっと
By the way, his Japanese voice sounds significantly older than his English voice, I feel.
I don't know. I feel they're similar. But that might just be me. To me, they register very similar. We go and we go, but all we see is sand and the blue sky. Oh. Hi, Heather. Welcome, irashai. Oh, and Lucky.
Hello.
I missed that you popped in here. Kite kurete arigato.
Hello, Lucky
Good seeing
and
you,
Heather.
Lucky and Heather. How are your nights going? I hope you're having a good evening. Heather, by the way, I did improve the Setsubun redeem, so feel free to help me as you please. Happy for the weekend? Yeah, happy for the weekend is fair. Yeah, remember last time it was a... Oh, I also forgot to put away. Ah! Yeah, there you go. See, last time I had problems because it came out as like a stream rather than as a handful, and now it actually comes out as a handful. Ah. Yeah.
After this skit, I have a tangent for you.
Okay.
We'll do the skit first.
You know, it is in theme with the holiday, so you know what? Fair enough.
レイブン、空が見えるなんて元気だね。僕、もう砂しか見えなくなってきたよ。
Raven, you sure have some energy if you're still able to see the sky. I'm only able to see the sand at this point.
なんでおっさんのくせにそんなに元気なのよ。
Why is he so energetic like that even though he's such an old man?
無駄話してると余計に疲れるぞ。
You keep talking unnecessarily, you're just gonna tire yourself out.
誰か一人でも倒れたら連れて帰るだけでも一苦労だ。
If even one of you collapses, it's going to be a pain in the ass to drag you back.
この状況下で背負って歩くなんて勘弁だからな。
In this situation, please save me from that trouble. Please save me from having to save me from that trouble on the walk back.
僕が倒れたらレイブンよろしく。
If I collapse, Raven, I'm counting on you.
残念、俺様の背中は女性専用よ。
Oh, well, that's too bad. My back is reserved for pretty ladies only.
ああ、私は死んでも倒れないわ。
Oh, well, even if I die, I'm not gonna fall over then.
私もご迷惑はかけません。
I promise I won't bother you.
もちろん私もね。
Oh, of course, me as well.
わざわざ言わなくていいんじゃない？
Hey, you didn't have to say all that.
I feel like we kind of did, though.
They really did. Unfortunately, Raven, you have brought this on
すぐ
yourself.
楽にしてやる。
Oh shit, I don't know that you can control right now.
Oh, actually, I have no idea. It doesn't look like that I can. Yeah. I'm pressing buttons, but it doesn't look like I'm doing anything.
Well, casting at the moment. Nope.
Well, Rita isn't doing anything, but the buttons I'm pressing don't seem to have an effect.
Yeah. I probably have to change around the controls.
Okay. Rita looking very accomplished as if she contributed to that fight.
Yep, exactly. Thanks, Raven. Alright, setting, customize. Yep, that would be why.
Oh yeah, I was probably set to keyboard or something.
Yep, you were. Alright, let's try this again.
確実に仕留める。
Alright, let's see if I can do this.
First, I'm going to, make sure to get these guys in the lid.
Yes. Okay. That's attack. That's attack. Hang on, I gotta figure out how to use a mage. Oh right, sorry. Well, that's not the button I wanted to do. Oh, fireball!
Remember, these guys are resistant to fire, though.
Oh, but fireball.
Yeah.
Also,
Did also use some of our over limit.
Fireball.
So your arts are fireballs on non-directional X button.
Okay.
The splash is on up X. Rock break is on or stalagmite, I guess I should say, is on down X, and spread 0 is on side X.
Okay, sounds good.
You also have your quick casts on the right stick up and down for water and earth.
Oh, cool.
So
Okay, I'll get that
champagne and stone blast, and then right stick, left and right are your martial art.
Right.
If you need to.
Okay.
Hey, buddy.
ジタバタするなよ。
All right, you fire bats.
Oh wait, how do I? Okay, so it's up, and then what do I press after that?
Hold up and X, and hit X button. You have to be holding up when you hit X. That's still fireball. It's not a combo. You do them at the same time. There you go.
Oh, okay.
And then I forgot to actually scan that guy before I killed him. Firebird.
Am I doing?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, that's still fireball. Up also seems to jump though.
It does. That's part of the annoying part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, magic guard on Barrel. All right. We're gonna do. Right, equipment, Carol. He's done with that weapon. Cool. Let's give him the Carolean sword again. And I need to get some water because that is draining fast. Let's refill our water here. But this...
Don't touch that.
バカっぽい。頭使いなさいよ。
Wait, hang on. Baka, so obviously idiot.
Yep.
Boy? What does
Boy.
that mean?
So that little two with poi, that it kind
Like a
of
poi.
makes the it makes the thing that comes before it into sort of an adjective, but in a way that's like it's kind of like that thing. So like you might hear like a schoolgirl say like her friend's name, like Rita Poi. Say, oh, that's so like you.
So is she kind of saying that's so like this idiot?
Yeah, she's saying, what like an idiot.
Right.
And then Atama tsukai nasai yo. Use your head already. Or use your head for... She's doing it like the please form, but like, use your head. Come on.
こいつの出番ってこった。
Which means it's this guy's turn, right?
Sweet to.
Water.
次、
Or
僕ね。
canteen. Oh, I'm next!
まめな水分補給が必要ですね。
Mavenas. We'll need to regularly refill our canteens.
ああ、日干しになりたくないしな。
Yeah, unless you want to get sun-dried.
全員済んだら先に進むぞ。
Alright, once you've all filled up, it's time to keep moving. 水筒の水がゼロになった状態でのままだと歩くたびに HP が減っていきます。So, Fury said there aren't more bar fights. Basically, yeah, absolutely. He is so sad that he doesn't get more fights. Yeah, this is basically saying if the water in our canteen drops his drops to 0, we will start taking damage as we continue. And I just dropped my fork after I was served food.
Hang in there. Do you need to get a new fork?
Nah, it's fine. I'll just clean it off. Okay.
Okay.
Thankfully, it looks like we don't actually lose water as we, like, stand still. Which is neat.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to fight this guy because I still need him in my log. Oh, good. All right, fire spirits. Resistant to everything but water and dark. Weak to water, though. Ow.
Wait, so if I use the quick button and I start casting, how do I execute the cast? Or do I just wait? Oh,
You just
maybe I
wait,
just
yeah.
wait.
Each one has a specific cast time. He's already feeling done with this. Alright, I'm gonna do an outward. Oh, here. Oh, God, hello. Whiny Piss Baby gains a level. Yeah, he sure does. We have Dryad, so Dryads and Superstar. Oh. Superstar.
Superstar.
Yep. We're gonna get our superstar figured out here. Weak to wind.
We're out of magic lens.
Oh, do I need to restock?
I think so. I think you just used your last magic lens.
No, we got 10 left.
Oh, wait, never mind. Okay. Let's put that into free run.
L2. Ow. And don't forget to R2 when you see those sigils come up. For the finisher, for the fatal strikes. Gonna fill up our TP a bit. We got Mandragora eyes and Akuteru Bolton. Oh, she learned Appeal, which is taunt. Technically it means appeal, but like we got translated as taunt. And half damage, quarter damage, and one damage because I had her working. Right.
Right.
Let's immediately stop working on that.
Yes.
Here we go. Use the Spine Ripper. That's the only one she actually has to work on. Oh, I'm getting close to being done with this crap.
Yeah, just like one more battle and you'll be good.
Yeah. Alright, and who else got one? Right. Got Appeal, but is still working on cross counter. That's gonna take a hot minute. I'm gonna take a bite of my dinner real quick.
Okay, yep. What are you having for dinner?
Oh, tasty. Beef flourish. They are very tasty. I'd say my wife makes good food, but this time she was just following around. She does make good food. To be clear, I'm not saying she doesn't make good food. This just counts a little bit less because she's just following the recipe.
Right.
To be fair, she followed it very well. And it is very tasty.
Don't jump over Fireball.
There we go. Got Roper Tentacles and Panacea Balls. Yeah, there we go. There's all my skills that I was working on.
Nice.
Have anything else to work on? No, I think what I just gave Estelle is the only one.
Hmm.
I have one weapon with a higher physical attack power, but it's notably lower in magic attack, so nah.
Right.
Oh. There we go. Fight some more superstars while we
悪
can.
く思うなよ
You okay there?
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, you said you had a tangent cross earlier.
Oh, yeah. So... What was I gonna say? So... I think it's called ByteDance, the China equivalent.
Yeah, the China, like, TikTok parent company.
The released a new AI video editor, and some of the videos in it have garnered a lot of attention. And some pushback, of course, from Hollywood because of copyright violations. Though one of them that apparently went viral is a video of Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fighting on a rooftop.
Interesting.
Which the Motion Picture Association denounced as a massive infringement. Don't hit me. Don't you do that.
I am running out of TT.
終わりだ
But I guess it's decent.
Hi,
Because
Calrissian, konbanwa. Genki Genki.
Konbanwa. Because the writer of Deadpool said, I hate to say it, it's likely over for us. In next to no time, one person is going to be able to sit at a computer and create a movie indistinguishable from what Hollywood releases now. I think he's overestimating the power of these things.
I also think so.
Because I think one factor he's ignoring is he's seeing what I guess is probably like a vertical slice of like a video that is probably 30 seconds to a minute long.
Yeah.
And to be able for an AI to make something that is reasonably coherent for that span of time.
It's
would I
much
think
easier
you
than
get-
making like a full movie.
Yeah,
驚け勝利の歌
as opposed to something that maintains coherency for like the run span of a movie.
Absolutely agreed.
Yeah. Though at the same time, I do think the pace of which this is, that this is improving is concerning.
俺たらたら歩くと余計疲れるぞ
Come on, if you drag your feet like that, you'll only make yourself more tired.
なんでそんな
Isn't Darian on a? I'm not familiar with them. Making a show
Darren
using AI.
Aronofsky? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Yeah, also, welcome,
okay.
Calrissian. How are you doing? Calrissian Genki.
Aronofsky. Okay, let me look them up.
Why is he so energetic? He's gonna direct a Requiem
Darren-
for a Dream.
いるよ
Okay.
な。人がバテてる時だけ元気なやつ。
They're out there, huh? People who are people like him who are energetic when everyone else is suffering. Pretentious asteroids. Kite kurete arigato. Hello, irashai. Welcome. How are you doing, friend?
Hello.
I am glad to have you here. I see it is your first time. Welcome, welcome. I hope you have a good time here in the Bear Cave. Are you a fan of Tales of Vesperia, or potentially looking to practice your Japanese? Or just a friend from someone I know? Curious.
ぶっ飛ばしたい
I want to blast him away.
無駄に動くなよ。
Don't move unnecessarily.
そんな元気
So
ないわ
okay, so
ね
oh well,
あれから声
I'll
聞こ
I'll
え
say
た
after this scene.
Okay, sounds good. Don't have the kind of energy for that. Hey. Well, here's something.
いえ全然と
Oh.
ころであんたこんな砂漠に何しに来てたの
By the way, you didn't come here to desert.
ここの北の方にある山の中の町に住んでたの、私。友達のバールと一緒に。
I live north of here. I lived in a mountain range north of here. Or I lived in a village in a mountain range to the north of here. Together with my my friend Baul.
だから時々砂漠の近くまで来てたのよ。
Because of that, I have to come down.
砂漠に
Yes, sir.
それにしても何かを探す余裕はなさそうね、これは。
And so, doesn't seem like there's anything here to do for one.
まったくな。自分の命つなぐのに精一杯だ。
No kidding. I have my hands full just taking care of my own life here. Doing great. Someone shouted you out, I think? Also learning Japanese. Oh, fair, fair. Was it Spitzy? Spitzy's a good friend of mine. We're working on Tales of Zillia together in a similar way. Okay, so why is Sergeant Frog there? So that's because in the original version of this game, well, in the Japanese version of this game, I think on the PS3, there was in fact a Sergeant Frog collab outfit for Carol. This was actually removed from the definitive edition, but someone added it back in with mods, so I'm using it.
早く何か手がかりを見つけなきゃ
Yeah, that's the one who's dressed as Sergeant Frog right there, Carol. Actually, you really have to hurry to find some kind of clue.
はい
Yes. All right.
So it looks like in response to the AI thing, Darren Arno, I don't know how to pronounce his name correctly. The person who made Requiem for a Dream, he worked on a series of short videos called On This Day 1776, which is basically about the U.S. Revolution. And that series of short videos used AI generated content.
Okay. Interesting. Skill lucky limit learned. And skill safe learned. The bottle. And make sure I get all the stuff out of this desert. I don't want to have to come back. Ah, damn it.
痛くしたらごめんなさい
And by the way, you can hear Rita saying, Damika. As in, like, oh, that didn't work. Because these guys are so resistant to fire.
Oh, these guys are resistant to fire too?
Yep. Resistant to fire.
Oh, man.
No weaknesses. Most of the blue colored enemies are weak to fire at night, but
I guess that's fair.
oh, I missed it.
決まったな。
All
I
right.
thought the cactus. I guess it makes sense that a cactus is resistant to fire to some extent.
Yeah.
Because I guess it does have a lot of water in it.
Got Mizuchi for speed. But he's still working on his Kamikaze Chi. Ah, damn it.
やばそうな敵ね
I was hoping to avoid that battle, but that is what it is. These ones are resistant to water and weak to fire because they're blue.
Oh, man. Hang on, I think I'm facing the wrong way. Yep. Okay,
You
that
are.
won't work.
その微笑みを我らにナース揺らめく木村モーチファイヤーボール
There we go.
まだここ
There you
Got
go.
one hit off.
And she shouted, Drakten Hakenyo! Which I discovered their weak point.
Excellent.
I'm gonna heal up a bit with the food.
完了と力が湧いて
Special charge learned for Rita. I'm gonna go back to happiness. Sorry, hat ads. Yeah, I think that name sounds right. Spitzy, yeah. Started following recently was playing. Yep, that's Spitzy. My friend Spitzy. She's a lovely friend who I met offline at a Japanese conversation club. Very fun. We're still working on our schedule for the next set of episodes, but we are working on going through Tales of Xillia in Japanese and translating that as we go together. So
Oh, nice.
look out for that. We're not very far in yet.
Yee.
That. There's another treasure. Got a Phoenix Guard for Ravens specifically. Phoenix Guardle. Yep, Phoenix Guard.
It looks like
Who's-
a big upgrade.
Ah, here we go. So one fun fact about Phoenixes in Japan is Japanese Phoenix kind of go by two names. There's aside from Phoenix being like the English name. So there's either a Hole, which you've probably heard before as the name of a Pokemon. Or
Like
you all Hole, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the legendary birds from Gen 2. That is actually
Yes.
the name of one of the ways they call phoenixes generally.
Makes sense.
Or you might see, as the first kanji in the description here show, Fushicho. Fu as in not, Shi as in death, and Cho as in bird. So literally the bird that doesn't die.
Makes sense.
Nope, not fighting you. Oh god, I'm fighting this one because
油
Orphan
断は禁
time.
物ですあどけなく水の戯れシャンパンあどけなく水の戯れシャンパン
Come on, buddy.
こんなのどうです
Oh, learning new parts.
水の戯れシャンパン
Don't forget to use your fatal strike.
Yeah, I was running out of the way when it happened.
終わりだ。
All right, got him. And cross counter is done, so we can finally swap her weapon out.
Yeah.
So we have this one's a notable improvement. Overspell 2 and Magic 2. Also this one, which is still a slightly smaller improvement, get passive save here. That might be worth it. So do we use, so yeah, Pending and I have been, so fun fact, Pending and I have been actually doing 2 separate Tales of Vesperia playthroughs. We've been doing one on his channel in English and one on my channel in Japanese. Though mine, it's kind of Pending joins when he can. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Pending will join this one when he can, but sometimes I have either no one or other friends on this one as well. But Pending's doing his own playthrough in English of this game, where we have just beaten the final boss and we're on a minor break while we do some grinding in preparation for New Game Plus, which we'll have to go through, and then getting through most New Game Plus so we can do the secret dungeon.
And then we'll move on to a new Tales game.
Yes, we will. The plan is Tales of Xillia, which I think
Yes.
if I get through Tales of Xillia with Spitzy before we start it, which seems unlikely, but if that happens, I'll probably just have us start with my Game Plus file.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. That way we don't have to do 2.
Exactly. He's still working. Yeah, everyone's kind of still working. Oh, okay. Nope, 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 nope. Alright, cool. Got away from them. Nope, nope. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I will, however, fight a superstar.
Yeah.
確実に仕留め
And
る
for
覚悟しな
context, Peachy is fluent to Japanese, but I am very much a beginner in it.
Yep.
Don't
So
hit me start.
So I try to pick out lines that Pending could handle on his own and let him translate those, while I handle a lot of the complex stuff. That's part of the fun of this, is especially if I can have people on who are like still learning, I can actually like find good points for them to actually work at the skill level they're at.
Yeah. It is. It's helpful to kind of
Yeah.
learn through like seeing and being exposed to Japanese.
Immersion really does help, like actually seeing how people use it in the wild, so to speak.
Yeah.
Seeing how the language is really used helps so much. And I would not be anywhere near as good as I am if I didn't regularly practice using methods like that. Like, for
That makes
example,
a lot.
on the side, as I was discussing Pending a little bit before stream, on the side of this playthrough, I'm also on my own time off stream going through Disgaea 7 in Japanese. And that's been a really fascinating time. Because it's it's a game where they make a lot of they do a lot of wordplay, and seeing how a lot of that works out is so interesting. Not to mention a character who misuses turns of phrase a lot. Like, she will mess up all kinds of sayings, and other people will correct her, and it's very funny working with that.
One thing I did try for a little bit, but didn't find much in the way of results from, and it's
Yeah?
probably has a bit to do with the age range that it's intended for. So, oh god,
You're
I'm
Carol.
spacing on too. But I was watching a Japanese streamer for a while. Where am I? Oh, okay, we got back attack. That's what happened.
Yeah, you're Carol.
Right.
Oh, I
Okay.
was down.
Oh god, no. I don't know how to use Carol.
Yeah,
Okay,
Carol's
I can do
rough.
this. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I can swing like this. God. Carol is as awkward to play as he looks. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Carol is really awkward to play. I do not like playing with him.
怖くなんていい
Yeah.
足震えてるぞ
嘘
So yeah, anyways, I was watching a Japanese VTuber in Japanese, like their streams without any subtitles or anything, just to see if I could kind of
Like, follow
passively
along.
pick up on things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect to follow on because I don't have nearly enough understanding to do so.
Yeah, that's
More
fair.
just kind of hoping that maybe with repetitiveness I could
You can at least
eventually
pick up on some things.
Which, sort of. I think maybe had I stuck with it, there was a shot at it, but like we were probably talking about like maybe hundreds of hours before I saw results.
Yeah.
So what I'm wondering is, would I have had a more productive experience had I watched something that was intended for extremely young children?
You know, potentially, I think so. It really, you do have to kind of estimate these things at your level. You don't want, the thing is, you don't want to do ones that you can easily translate. If you're not having any problems, then you're not challenging yourself. You're not like actually advancing your skills. But if you're way beyond your depth, where you don't know what's even being said, then you're also like at this, like you're not getting anything. Then you're at this point where like it's not actually helping you much because you're not. It's just becoming background noise.
I don't know if this is a good analogy, but it's kind of like with exercise where if you do a weight that's too light, you're not doing anything. But if you attempt a weight that's too heavy, like you're just not going to lift the weight, and that's not doing anything either.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So
you have to run the balance between those two sides.
Maybe I should be looking for like shows intended for very young kids, even though that would probably be painful to watch because, well, it's intended for very young kids. It's not going to be entertaining for me. But maybe like there would be some hope of me learning some things that way.
I would say, yeah, that's ultimately what you should be doing, is you should be focusing on probably young kids shows, because that's where you'll actually get something out of it at the moment.
Yeah.
For example, Pretentious Asteroids is saying, I played a bit of that Shin-chan game in it, and he does that same thing where he misunderstands stuff, people correct him. Yeah, that's a thing. And that's actually really good, because like having a character that's going through something like what you're going through, where like they try to repeat things they've heard and they don't quite get it right, but in a way that's kind of understandable, and then they get corrected, is great. It's really helpful.
That said, when I was a kid and we were learning French, we would watch these Télé Français videos.
Okay.
In the hopes that would teach us some French.
Yeah.
And granted, I think part of the problem was at the time I didn't really have any special interest in learning French, so I was not an engaged learner.
Yeah, that really does not help.
But most of what I ended up picking up was just "oui" on and off.
Yep. I've heard that one before.
I will remember that till the day I die, but outside of that, I don't really know that I learned any French.
Yeah. Nice. Got him with the finisher. But yeah, no, that is absolutely the case. If you're if you're not taking it seriously when you're learning, that's not. It's again, I guess the point where it turns into background noise, and that just doesn't.
Yeah.
So you gotta like walk that line between like where it's like tough enough that it challenges you and makes you actually stretch a bit, and also stays interesting.
Yeah.
If anything, it is better to be working on something that is too easy than too hard.
Yeah, at least then you're reinforcing.
Exactly.
It's interesting because I have picked up some words over time, but like my vocabulary is still very limited.
Yeah, and like the if you're working on something that's too easy, even if you're not learning new words, you are increasing your like speed and efficiency at like going through it. Like even if I read a book, even if I read a manga and I know every word that's there, and I don't have to like look up anything, I am increasing my reading speed, which is important because I'm a slow reader.
Yeah, and I think especially in your case, it's also important for reinforcement because you don't have as much opportunity to speak Japanese in your day-to-day life.
Exactly.
So if you don't if you don't expose
If you
yourself
don't
to
use it, you lose it.
Japanese media, exactly.
And no, you're perfectly welcome. You're perfectly welcome to ask. I'm not saying no as in don't ask. I'm saying no. Neither of us do live in Japan. I did live in Japan
Yeah.
for a while, but I do not at the moment.
Yeah, I don't. I want to go to Japan, like as in I want to visit Japan, but I have never lived there. I live in Canada, for context.
Yeah, and I'm an American.
Yes.
As much as I'd like to be out of America right now, I'm also not super excited about the idea of living in Japan again at the moment.
That's entirely fair.
If I had to run from America right now, Japan is an option mostly because I know Japanese as well as I do. It's not my number one choice of place.
Mm-hmm.
Politically speaking, I don't like necessarily where they're at. But
That's understandable.
I did live in Japan, in very southern Japan for 6 months. Yeah, exactly. You get me, Asteroids. But yeah, no, I lived in southern Japan for 6 months. Asteroids, have you seen the anime Golden Kamuy?
I've seen a little bit of it. We talked about it before
We
in the
did, yeah.
context of it's a bit too gory for me, but I have seen like the first couple episodes of it.
Okay, yeah. It's a very good anime. Most takes place in the other end of Japan, Hokkaido, very far up north. However,
Yeah.
there's a character, Lieutenant Koito, who is shown in the anime that when he gets excited, he tends to revert to his native dialect, which is called Satsuma dialect. And he tends to speak very quickly in Satsuma dialect when he feels he needs to get the words out there. Yeah, it's a very good anime to learn about Ainu culture. They actually had a hired Ainu representation consultant to make sure that they got all their representation of the Ainu not only accurate but respectful. So,
Yeah, so I'm not my knowledge of anime is not encyclopedic, but that being said, Golden Kamuy is at least the only anime that I'm aware of that prominently features the Ainu.
it's definitely the most prominent featuring of Ainu I think I've ever seen. I have seen Ainu come up in other anime. For example, in Shaman King, there's a character who Ainu descendant.
Oh, okay.
And he does actually talk about his sense of fashion and some of his cultural stuff. He does actually get brought up as being from Ainu culture. However, he's not one of the main. He's not one of the main characters. He's in kind of the main character group, but he's one of the less important ones.
Right, so you're gonna get
and also
a bit of it.
He's also kind of an idiot, and playing the Ainu character for an idiot, some people were not happy with that. So,
That's fair.
which, to be fair, in Golden Kamuy, you definitely get some Ainu idiots, but also you get a lot of very intelligent Ainu, and also you get a whole spectrum because you get a lot of Ainu characters. That's quite nice.
Yeah, when you have a lot of different characters, having some of them be negative is fine because it's not like they're the only representation that
Exactly.
you got
I mean,
in the entire show.
It would be unrealistic to have every Ainu character be super smart and amazing all the time.
Yeah, that would be problematic for other reasons.
Exactly. It's best to portray them as they are, and try to. If you only have one character, it's best not to try and make them too bad, because then they become kind of the token representation within that series, and they're bad, which kind of sucks. But at the same time, you also, if you have enough characters, it's better to portray them as a group as varied, because they're going to be.
Yeah, any group is going to have a varied group of people.
Exactly. But the reason I bring it up is because, Koito speaks in Satsuma dialect, which is literally in the Japanese version of the show, intended for Japanese audiences. So, not meant for English speakers at all, meant for native Japanese speakers. They have to subtitle Lieutenant Koito in more normal Japanese when he speaks in Satsuma dialect, because no one would understand him otherwise.
I feel like that's I've seen instances of thick Scottish and Irish accents getting subtitled in English.
Yeah, it's
And I
very
feel
much
like
like
it's
that.
Yeah.
And so the reason I bring this up is because I was actually living, when I lived in Japan, I was very close to the area where Satsuma dialect comes from.
Okay.
I was literally like just a little northwest of where Satsuma dialect originates.
What's the show where this guy gets like it's like a high school rom-com, and the idea the premise is like he's moved to this school in like a country area, and his girlfriend speaks such a thick dialect that he actually can't understand what she says, and there's a third party that acts as like the interpreter.
Yeah, that's oh God, what is it? I don't remember the name of the anime, but I know which one you're talking about. That's in Okinawa, which is the very, very southern islands of Japan.
Okay, yeah. That's the one that I hear a lot of times as kind of like, I guess the closest equivalency I could think of is like it gets used in kind of the same way an American Southern accent would get used, or maybe not even that.
Yeah, I would say it's quite different from Southern. But I if anything, I'd almost equate it more to like Hawaii, and maybe people speak partially in like Native Hawaiian.
Did you ever read or watch Flying Witch? I haven't. Kichi, what about you?
No, I have not seen Flying Witch. I'd have to look it up. Yeah, let me take a look at it real quick.
Flying Witch anime. I'm looking it up too.
It would be great if I wasn't typing in Japanese.
I mean, you could probably type it in Japanese, and that might.
Well, it would be if I'm going to type in Japanese, I actually have to type it in Japanese, not try to type the English out and have it automatically get converted into this weird mashup of Japanese.
There.
Flying Witch. Interesting. No, I have not read this one or seen it. I'll have to check it out.
It's a manga with 14 chapters that is actively ongoing, but there was also a 12 episode anime that came out in 2016.
Okay. But while we're talking about
shows Makoto's daily life as she gets used to her new environment. She's a young witch who moves to Hirosaki Amori. Hirosaki Amori.
All right. So if I bring up this map of Japan, don't mind the marks. Those are just places I'm talking about visiting. So here's Japan. So Satsuma dialect comes from Fukuoka down here, and mostly on the western side of Kagoshima prefecture. Satsuma dialect. Kind of this area down here. And meanwhile, I was living over in Miyazaki, so just like a little bit to the east of where Satsuma dialect is from. And Miyazaki is also a very wild and hard to understand dialect, even for most native Japanese. So,
Flying Witch is recommended for beginners getting into manga. Is it because it's easy to read, or is it just like it's a good manga for someone who's not super familiar with the genre to kind of get a feel for the genre?
I'd assume it's probably low-level kanji. So they don't have a lot of complicated kanji and probably easy.
A little both.
Okay.
I might see if I can get. Maybe I can find like a version of that in like untranslated then, because maybe that would be
great. I can help you look for that because I'd be interested too.
Yeah, because that might be a good thing for me to kind of try to translate and like kind of learn some basics if it's very light in kanji, because obviously kanji is my greatest weakness.
Yeah, that's fair. be fair, a lot of especially
Hiragana and katakana. I'm yeah.
it's also like they probably also have a lot of furigana on whatever kanji they use. Let you know the
That makes a lot of
pronunciations.
sense. Yeah, yeah. Which is just as good. It's very slice of life, so it's also filled with everyday language. Oh, okay. I think it has furigana. That's very helpful because if it like uh if it like phonetically spells out the kanji in furigana, I'm sorry that I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. If it does that, then that makes the kanji like digestible for me. Because like
That's fair.
there's a lot of words I won't know all the same, but if I can at least sound it out, then it's easier to look and I can write it, then it's easier for me to look it up.
That makes
Uh
sense, yeah.
yeah. And if I can sound it out, then it's easier for me to memorize because then I can assign a sound to the word as opposed to just like an image would.
Yep, I
Um,
and that's exactly what it's for when they're like low level books like that.
by the way,
Um,
can we do a quick related tangent?
I was gonna
Well, you
say
got the map
before
of Japan up?
yeah, sure. I was gonna just point out like real quick. So we were talking about how
Yes.
it's called Satsuma dialect. You can see there is actually the town of Satsuma over here,
Hmm. That makes sense.
which seems like a very pretty town.
Yeah.
Um,
Man, I
and
really
then
want to
you
go
were
to
talking
Japan.
about the anime about the girl who speaks very thick Okinawan dialect. So
Yes. Where's
as you were saying,
Okinawa?
here's Satsuma, here's like the Satsuma dialect area, Miyazaki dialect area, and
Mm-hmm.
Okinawa's down here.
Ah, okay,
So
okay.
this is so technically from Amami Island, I believe, down to Ishigaki here is all considered Okinawa as a prefecture. But this is the main
Ah,
island of Okinawa with Okinawa City on it.
man, it would be so cool to live in like that small island chain.
I so I actually
Yes.
talked to a jet, like someone who's on the jet program and teaching English, who ended
Yes.
up going to Toshima here.
Okay.
Uh I want you to note how many buildings there are on this island.
Okay.
This is it.
Uh,
That's the entire like population of the island right here.
so it's small. It's not a big place.
Yeah, like here you go.
I
Here's most of the population of the island. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13. Somewhere in the order of like maybe 30 buildings on the island.
it's a slightly more accurate version of that the fake Cleveland tourism song. I don't know if you know that the song I'm referring
I
to.
do not. So keep in mind, Heather, that taxes are done. Taxes in Japan are assessed year by year, and they are set as a percentage of the income. So if you in year A, if you make a certain amount, a certain percentage of that is taken in the next year.
Hmm.
Or rather, there's a certain monthly amount that's taken out of your paychecks the next year based on what you made the previous year. So like it's actually pretty manageable. Also, here's the other fun thing about the JET
Is that
program.
not is that not the way it is in the States?
It is roughly the way it is in the States too. It's a
Okay.
lot more complicated because the United States has tax like assistance lobbyists who literally lobby to keep the tax code complicated so they can get people to pay them to help them with.
Right.
Which is
Uh,
absolute bullshit. But
yeah,
welcome to
I'm
America.
far from an expert when it comes to Canadian tax law, but we also have progressive taxes. Like because I work as freelance, so I pay quarterly,
Yeah,
and my quarterly installments are based on what I made last year, and then at the end of the year, they reassess it to determine did I end up paying too much, and if I pay too much, then they give me money back, or did I not pay enough? If I
and
didn't
you
pay
have to
enough,
pay a
then I
little
owe them
extra.
some additional money.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then they'll send me like
that's
an
basically
updated
how.
thing. It's like, hey, so this is what your quarterly payments will be like for the next year, and then we circle back and we do that all over again for the next year.
Yeah, so America has a really complicated system, but ultimately you basically every year assess it, and then it depends on whether you're a like salaried or like, an employee where they take the amount of out of your paycheck directly, or whether you're
Yeah,
self-employed. If you're self-employed,
right,
technically you just pay it once a year. As in literally you
right.
just like you go through all the paperwork and come up with a number, and then you pay that and hope you got it
So
right. And if
in
you got it wrong, they'll
in
let you know.
Can- in Canada, once you reach a cert for a freelance person, for a person that's basically registered as their own business, which
Yeah,
is what you do with your if you're freelance.
yeah,
If
exactly.
you make under a certain amount, then you only have to pay once a year. If you make over a certain amount, then you're supposed to pay quarterly. And the amount that the threshold you need to reach to pay quarterly is actually very small. So, like, it's very, very common for a freelance person to pay quarterly.
That makes
Uh,
sense.
all this being said, my mom is a bookkeeper, so I'm somewhat insulated from how if it's complicated or not, because ultimately I sent her all my tax information and then she does that for me. So if it's complicated, then I have not been exposed to that
That's fair.
because
I was
my
also
mom
going
handles it. But I
I was also going
so
to note, Heather asked, so you can actually survive compared to the States. So the other thing to note, especially about the JET program. So remember I mentioned that my friend, the guy I met who was living on this island, he literally he was on the JET program. And with the JET program, no matter where you get assigned to within Japan, you make the
Mhm.
same amount of money, which is about 4 million yen a year. 4 million yen a year is about 80% of the median income across the entire country. So you're technically in the poorer half of people in the country.
so
But
4 million would be the equivalent of like about 40,000 American, I think.
it'd be about the equivalent of like, I'd say 32,000 American or so.
Okay.
That'd be right. I could be wrong about
I
that.
I
It's
could,
no wait, it would be plus 50% to get there. So if you split into 3 for 40, then it'd actually be a little bit lower. It'd be about like 28,000 a year.
yeah, it's 26,000 at the moment, although that is partially because the yen has been declining in value and
Yeah, but keep in mind the
recent
cost of living there is lower than here, generally speaking. I will say when I was on Jet, I was making 3.2 million yen a year, and I was doing like, Beppu's lovely, Astro. Seems like it'd be a cool place to live for a while. I spent some time in Beppu on vacation once, and I love that part of Japan. I did take a trip up to Beppu while I was living in Miyazaki. I love Beppu. It's so nice. But Miyazaki's also, it's a very interesting place. It's very separated from Japan. What I was saying was that like I lived over there on 3.2 million yen a year. Sorry, not a month, a year. And I actually did okay. Like I was saving money every month. My rent was only even if I had gotten a notably nicer place than what I had, my rent would have only been like I think that's 40,000 yen a month, which is like that's about like, again, $260, $280 a month. That it's not bad. Rent over there is really cheap compared to America. And like the taxes are not terrible. Plus you get healthcare just as part of like being like a resident there. So you don't have to like pay extra for healthcare. It is livable.
yeah,
And even if
Canada has healthcare as well.
Yep. And even if you are and even if you get placed in a really tiny little island like this, you are still notably 4 million yen a year is survivable in Tokyo. It's going to be tight in Tokyo, but you can survive on that money.
Oh, that's good.
However, if you get placed on a tiny little island, you're still making 4 million yen a year. And your costs
Right.
are going to be so much lower. because things in the rural areas like that tend to be notably cheaper, and there's also just less you're buying there. Typically, you're going out less, you're spending a lot less, going places, doing things, all that kind of thing. So honestly, living on one of these islands as a jet is fantastic because you make so much more than you spend on daily life.
That makes sense. Oh, so I wanted to bring up a little tangent.
Yeah, go for it.
So when you had that map of Japan up,
Yeah,
right
back up.
I was watching a video the other day. So Japan has like its 4 big islands.
Yeah,
I know it has more than 4 islands, but it's got the 4 big ones.
There are 4 that are considered like the main island.
Yeah, it was a video about the island to the to like the east of like Tokyo.
Shikoku. You're thinking of the small one between Kyushu and Honshu.
I think that's correct.
Yeah.
It's the least populated one.
Yeah, that would be Shikoku.
Yeah. Yeah, it was about the
I'll bring up the
problems
map again.
that, yeah, it's about the problems that island was facing.
Yeah, so we
Um,
have Honshu is the big island here. Kyushu is the one where I was living down here. Hokkaido is the
mhm.
northern one, and then Shikoku is this little one kind of nestled between the curve of Honshu.
Yeah.
So we have this
So
island here.
yeah. So obviously it's no secret that Japan has, yeah, that's the one. So obviously it's no secret that Japan has demographic issues right now.
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
in terms of an Asian population. Apparently, that island has it the worst, and part of the reason it has it the worst is because a lot of young people on that island will move to places like Tokyo, where there are better job prospects,
So I will
and
say
it's
that island
Mhm.
has it. We can definitely say that of the big 4, that island has it the worst. But
Mm.
if that's because we're labeling it by island, because that island doesn't
Yes,
have any big cities on it. You can look at this map and you
yes,
can see that of the cities on it, Tokushima is by far the largest. And it's
yes,
even comparing it to Osaka over here, it's not comparable. Like
right.
comparing it, it is. You could say it's actually slightly bigger than Hiroshima or like Okayama, or maybe on par with Okayama, but those are not the super big cities in and of themselves. The reason
Mhm.
the reason this island's having the biggest problem is because it has the least number of large cities. Like if you look at Kyushu, you have Fukuoka up here, which is I think the 5th biggest city in Japan.
Mhm.
You have Kumamoto here, which is another pretty large city. Miyazaki down here,
Mhm.
I mean, we're getting smaller for sure. Miyazaki's only 1,000 people. Kagoshima's, I think, bigger than Miyazaki, but not by a huge amount. So you've got at least like
Right.
4 reasonably big cities here in Kyushu. In Honshu, you've got Kyoto, you've got Osaka, you've got Okayama, you've got Hiroshima. You obviously have Tokyo, not to mention the surrounding area, including Yokohama, Kawashima, Utsunomiya up here. You've got Saitama here, which is at least big. You have Nagoya over here. You have Hamamatsu down here. You have the Yamanashi and Nagano kind of corridor up here. You have Toyama, you have Niigata, you have Sendai. You have all these cities on, like, Honshu is the biggest of the islands. And unsurprisingly,
Yeah.
being the biggest, that means it has the largest number of big cities.
Right.
Yet Nagasaki's also a decently big city. And so, like, you've got you've got a huge number of the big cities on Honshu. Kyushu being one of the places where they've got a lot of ports, has a lot of big port cities. That
Mhm.
that helps them out a lot. Meanwhile, Hokkaido has it doesn't have a whole lot of big cities, but it at least has Sapporo and Hakodate, which are both considered decently. Sapporo is a big city, and Hakodate is fairly large.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it is almost entirely tiny little towns. But it also has a huge amount of like usable area that gets used for farming. So
That makes sense. Yeah.
it ends up with a lot of people who want to do agriculture.
Yeah.
Shikoku, on the other hand, not only does it not have these big cities because it's just a small place, it also look at that terrain. It is
It is very
insanely
mountainous.
mountainous. There is so
Yeah.
little usable area in Shikoku, and it's already small as is. So what's left is just enough for a few cities. You have Tokushima over here. I had another jet friend who lived. Uh
Mm-hmm.
Takamatsu up north. You got Matsuyama over here. You
Mm-hmm.
have and you have Kochi down here, and that's basically the biggest cities you have on the entire island. And they're not big. Like if we zoom in on Kochi, like yeah, that's definitely a city. You've got at least quite a few like train and bus stops here. But
Mm-hmm.
this isn't city. This is like farmland. And like
Yeah.
to actually they can't use all of the flat area for cities. They have to use some of it for farmland. In fact, most of it has to be farmland. And so what's left is just
So
like a select few places where they actually have cities.
in the video I watched, it said for the entirety of the island, there's a population of roughly 3 million, which is not small, but compared to Japan's total population of over 100 million,
Yeah.
it is comparatively a very small fraction
And
of
it
Japan's
is
overall
definitely
population.
area wise, including mountainous regions, it is definitely more than 3% of Japan.
Yes,
It's probably like 10% of Japan's like overall land mass.
that seems fair. Yeah.
But like again, to compare that population, this entire island is like 3 million people, and Fukuoka on its own has a third of that.
Yes.
Like the Fukuoka area here is literally about 1 million people.
Right.
So like you look at that comparison, 1 million in this area here and 3 million in this area here.
Hmm.
So you're right. They are absolutely population wise nothing.
Yeah.
And yes, as you said, asteroids. Miyazaki's 4,000 people. Nagasaki is uh wait, difference between Miyazaki and Naga. You might be seeing the population of Nagasaki prefecture rather than Nagasaki, because Nagasaki city is definitely not 1 million people. Uh Keep in mind in Japan, a lot of the prefectures, their equivalent of states, are named the same way as the capital city. So you have Nagasaki as in the prefecture,
Okay.
which you see is this whole area here, including Tsushima, which you might know from Ghost of Tsushima, that island is technically part of Nagasaki prefecture. Um, but Nagasaki
Hmm.
city, on the other hand, is notably smaller, only encompassing this area.
Right.
So Nagasaki. So that may be the difference between Nagasaki and Miyazaki prefectural population. Um, you'd actually have to look more in depth about what the cities actually have. Because Miyazaki prefecture, I don't know what the population is. I only know the population of Miyazaki City, and Miyazaki City is only this much, whereas Miyazaki prefecture is this much. So,
Hmm.
very major difference. Miyazaki City is 400,000 people about. Yakonojo is about 100, like 90,000 people. Nobeoka is like another 120,000 people, and I don't think any other city in the prefecture has more than 100,000 people in it. So altogether, that's about 600,000 people between the biggest three, and like maybe the next few smaller ones.
Right.
This entire prefecture is probably less than 1 million people. Which, keep in mind, that entire prefecture is like half the size of Shikoku here. we were talking about how Shikoku has 3 million people, but technically Miyazaki is even more sparsely populated. So, like, you really have to be, when you're talking about islands, you really have to be careful because the amount of size they make up really changes how you talk about them. Whereas if you talk about prefectures, a lot of the Japanese prefectures are at least relatively similarly sized at some level. Like, obviously you have some differences. Iwate up in the north, the northeast here is pretty big, and Hokkaido is huge compared to pretty much. But at the same time, prefectures are more regularly sized than the islands are. So, for example, if you want to talk about which prefecture is having the greatest population problems, that's actually, I believe, Totori Prefecture up here. Totori is not only small, even for a prefecture, but it is considered one of the poorest and least populated prefectures in the entire country.
Right.
So, and if you look at it, like, yeah, that makes sense. They have literally like Totori and Yonago as cities, and like, look at Yonago. It's not that big. It's a small city. I was actually watching a video that actually talked about this, and they were talking about there was a city nearby that I'm trying to remember what it's called. But there's a city here in Totori Prefecture that is Sambu? I don't remember. But it's Kofu. It was Kofu City. So there's one talking about Kofu City here, which you see Kofu City is considered this whole area, but the city's really like that. It's nothing. And in fact, high schoolers living in Kofu have to actually take the train up to Yonago to go to high school because there is no high school left in Kofu City. That's what Totori is dealing with, population decline. So that's a thing. And despite all these talks, all these like worries about population decline, they still are getting pissy about foreigners and like refuse to use immigration to solve the issue, which is so very Japanese.
I think South Korea is having a similar struggle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, like I do actually on a level agree. Immigration can't fully solve the problem. Ultimately, no population can keep growing forever. We need to rearrange our economy in a way that makes sense for a population that that can grow and shrink without causing problems.
Yeah, I think definitely the economics are more geared towards growing populations, but at the same time, it's not so much of a problem of a stagnant population as the potential for a plummeting population. Like I would have to double check this, but I believe that is the risk that
is the worry, is that the population will plummet. But part of the reason for that worry is that with the way our economy is set up right now, a population starting to decline can create a cycle. Because the way we arrange our the way most first world nations have their economy arranged right now is that rather than have people save for their retirement and have money set aside that they live off of for the rest of their days, they try to have a system where people can spend that where they pay that money in taxes, and then it comes back to them later in life as Social Security. But to make this, in order to not just hold on to this money and not have it stagnate in the economy, what they do is they try to essentially use that money to do things, and then have the taxes from younger people pay for the older people. And that falls apart.
Beyond that.
What was that?
It goes beyond that because part of the issue is that if there's less young people relative to old people, then it does put a strain on social services, social security being a key one. But economies are also largely a function of productivity, and productivity is largely a function of the number of people you have. Like,
Yes.
one of the main reasons why China and India have the economic weight that they have is because they have a massive pool of people. One of the key reasons, not the only reason, but one of the key reasons why America has significantly more weight globally than Canada is because America has nearly 10 times the population.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at Japan, which could conceivably have half the population within the span of a generation, even if it were to survive the social, the economic hurdles of that, in the sense that their systems would be under strain for a prolonged period of time while there was this demographic imbalance, even if they get past that point, the light at the end of the tunnel is an economy that is half as good as it is today, and a country that is capable of projecting power at half the ability that it has today. It's
Yeah.
so it's a problem that's fundamental to like the economics of the situation of
Yeah,
the
it is
way that
the way that
India is set up.
international trade works as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but also
But
the
also,
way that
what I was gonna-
foreign influence is perceived, I think.
yeah, there's that. What I was going to point out is that one of the worries about runaway population decline is that because there are fewer, because of this fact that young people have to pay in for old people, this creates a problem where that if there's too few young people compared to old people, they have to tax the young people more to keep running, and that creates a then that creates a problem
Yes.
where people don't want to have kids because the kids are going to be in a bad situation, and also like they themselves are going to have to pay more that way to make things work, and this creates a problem where like
It does
kids,
create a spiral
young people
effect,
start
yeah.
leaving or start not feeling they can afford to have a family, which only furthers how few kids happen, which means the burden on young people who are holding the system up grows even more. And this,
Yeah.
and as I said, this creates a cycle where because there's fewer young people than old people, young people get it hard, and because they get it hard, young people start essentially going away, which gets young people hit harder, which means more go away, and this just back and forth creates a cycle.
Yeah, it is very it is a very risky thing, because as you say, it can definitely spiral. Like, if people feel pessimistic about the future, and they feel financially constrained by the present, then they are less likely to want to have kids because they don't feel capable of doing so. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
it's
ultimately,
more
like,
complicated than just that, but that is certainly a factor.
yeah, it is that is. I am not saying that is the only factor by any stretch. It is a factor.
But
that
but you are right. It
significantly
is
impacting
absolutely
it.
a factor.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
a factor, and I'd even say a major factor, but
Yeah.
far from the only one.
Yeah,
Um,
and I think it.
even on
it
the
is worth
even on the
noting
scale
that-
of what's the most major factor, I don't know that it hits the top. I think there's a lot more going
Yeah.
on that is potentially even more, but it is one of the, especially regarding runaway population decline concern. That's part of it.
Yeah. I think it is worth noting that declining birth rates, while it is definitely significantly worse in Japan and South Korea, and to some extent China, compared to a lot of Western democracies, that's not to say that Western democracies aren't also
America's
the
had
same
a
problem right
declining,
now.
yeah, America's had a
Most-
declining birth rate for the
Yeah,
past few decades.
Yeah, most Western democracies have a birth rate below the 2.1 threshold
In fact, I'd say
Which
even
is
say quite a few have
what
below the 2.0
is
the 2.0 threshold.
needed to maintain a population. Yes, most do. America being one of them. Like a lot of those countries have it well below it. I think a lot of them
Yeah.
are in like the 1.3 to 1.6 range right now, which
Yep.
is still better than Japan's roughly, I think, 1.1 or 1.15, and certainly better than South Korea's, which is 0.75, if
Yeah.
I'm remembering correctly. But like that's still bad. Like the reason why this is less of a discussed about issue in the States in particular is because
Immigration.
has been making up the difference. So
Yeah.
while the average American isn't having enough kids to sustain the population, the American population is still growing because immigration is not only making up the difference, it's actually exceeding the amount necessary to maintain the population.
Yep.
Canada is in a similar situation where Canada, over the last decade-ish, actually, despite having a very low birth rate, saw rapid population growth because of high immigration levels, which can come with its own trade-offs in the sense that there is a danger to increase cost of living if
Yeah.
if for example the amount of people moving into a city is outpacing the amount of housing being built.
Yep.
Um,
So that's
so
also
that can create
in
strains
America right
as
now.
well.
Well, that is a problem. Housing prices are mostly
Yeah.
not going up because
There's
not mostly housing prices in America are skyrocketing, not because the amount of people moving into places is higher than the amount of homes being built, but because because it is being intentionally driven up by essentially housing as an investment.
Yeah, and there's definitely that as a major factor too. Like, there will be a combination of wealthy people, or businesses that'll be buying up properties for investment purposes. There's also people that are not quite at that level, but believe in the idea of real estate as an investment. So, like, you have a home and then they'll buy a second home. And if enough people do that, then you have kind of like an upper middle class bubble that's also contributing to the rising housing prices, in addition to the very wealthy driving it up. Airbnb is another good example of that, yes,
Yep.
because that
I was gonna
helps
say buying
people
homes to rent rather
justify
than
real
buying homes
estate
to
as an
rent, or
investment.
especially
Yeah.
short-term rent is a
Yeah.
huge part of using houses. And there's also one thing I found out recently. There's also something that's currently happening is there are certain investors will buy a lot of properties at low prices and then intentionally drive them up by essentially reselling them between shell companies at higher prices to raise the average price of an area. Because
Yeah, I mean,
part of
a
how
lot of
housing values are determined is by the values of houses around them in America.
yeah,
So
a lot of the time it is perceived value. Like, when you're buying a house, you're not buying the house based on, like, does this make sense from a material perspective? It's not a question of, like, does the material that you're buying justify the cost of the house? It's mostly a combination of, is this a desirable location to you?
Yeah.
What else is available? But also, like, you look at what other houses have sold for in the area, and you see, okay, another house in this area has sold for X amount. This house is selling for roughly that amount. That must mean that it's the
that's
reasonable
about what
price
it's
for this
worth.
area. Yeah, like, in a way, property is kind of bought and sold on vibes. Like, it's very much it's very much a question of, why is it worth this much? Well, it's worth this much because there's a person willing to pay this much.
Yep, exactly. And especially, if you can buy a bunch of houses and then trade them between different companies you own, you can essentially say, yeah, they're worth this much. See, they sold for this much this many times in these areas.
Yeah.
And then just have the backing that you created yourself.
As house values get inflated, material values increase with it. To some extent, it can. And certainly some degree of house prices raising can also be the material cost being more expensive uh, if the material cost, if there's more trade friction, for example, like if like the place that you're getting the materials from, there's increased trade friction to get those materials, leading to higher prices, that'll drive up the cost. Also, yes, if a house is worth like so much money, that it incentivizes more people to want to build the houses, which would be a good thing. But if the materials, if there's only a finite amount of material, then yeah, it would also drive up the cost of the materials. It kind of in the same way that the AI boom drives up the cost of GPUs and RAM, because there's only so much production being made, but suddenly every company with billions of dollars wants to get their hands on as much RAM and as much GPU capacity as they can. So the prices go up and up and up because demand is heavily outstripping supply. So that can definitely be a factor too, where if demand is high, if perceived values are high, then sure, it would also cause the materials associated with the house to go up too, because more people will have the demand for the materials to make those houses.
Yep.
To what extent that is a driving factor, I'm honestly not
I
sure,
would
because
say it's
I
probably
don't
a
know the
smaller part of
economics
the
of it.
factor right now than just person.
I would say I would venture to guess that perceived value is probably the single biggest thing.
Yeah, I believe so as well.
Especially because WoW houses, like, the barrier to get a house is so high.
Yeah.
It's very, very hard to afford a house. Having said that, because banks are willing to offer relatively low interest loans to get people houses, while the barrier to entry to get a house is high, it's not as high as it arguably could be given the price of a house. Like, if a house costs, say, $750,000 and I need $200,000 down, that's still a lot of money. Like, getting $200,000 is no simple task.
I mean, that is literally like pretty much almost my entire salary for 4 years.
Exactly. But it still represents less than half of the value of what you're buying.
Yep.
So that in a way is driving up housing prices too, because if the banks weren't in a position to offer people those low interest loans, then people would see the cost of a house being $750 and it's like, well, I can't pay that. Not only can I not pay that, but it is unrealistic that I will ever be able to pay that, because I could say from
years of my income.
Yeah, I could say from now until the day that I'm 50 and I still won't be able to pay that. It's just a physical impossibility. But if you ask me for $200,000, I'm like, well, that's incredibly difficult. But maybe 10, 20 years down the line, that is within the realm of possibility. So maybe 10, 20 years, I circle back and I look for a house that is worth like 3 times what I have. So it expands the market of people that can get into the housing market, even as the housing market is much less obtainable than it used to be.
Yeah.
So, like, so yeah, if those loans don't exist, then housing prices would have to go down, just by virtue of demand would go down. So it's kind of funny in a weird way that those low interest loans, which are there to help people in some way, to some extent, there might be a world in which they're kind of actually hurting.
I could see that, yeah.
But it's so hard for me to say anything with confidence because I'm not an economist.
Yeah.
So I say
also
these
not an
things.
economist. I can only cover
say
the
these
most
things
bare
and they
details.
make sense to me, but take it with a grain of salt because I could be extraordinarily wrong.
I can only cover the most bare of basics before, like,
Yeah.
I have to say, I'm also not an economist. Like,
Yeah.
these are things I have seen some economists talking about, but like I don't know all the details of how they play out by any stretch.
Yeah, exactly. So it is what it is. There are
And
challenges.
And part of my perspective on we need an economy that doesn't rely on constant growth is that we are already at the point where we are using way too much as a overall human population compared to what the Earth. I think I saw a statistic recently that we are using about 1.9 years of Earth production capacity, like natural production capacity, every year. Meaning we are vastly outstripping what the Earth can provide for us.
Yeah. I guess my only fear is I fear what they replace the notion of constant growth with, which I suspect would be automation.
I mean, I think we are ultimately going to have to as part of it. We are ultimately going to have to find an economy where a lot of things we need to serve, if we want to have like the kind of like quality of life we have now without a ever increasing population, we are going to need to eventually rely on it. We're going to need to get to the point where we have an economy where people don't need to be producing all the things we need, and we can rely on automation for a lot of that. And at the same time, that people who
I guess I just worry
don't
about going too
produce
much
aren't
into
just
the
thrown away.
Yeah, I worry about going too much in the other direction where automation ends up handling almost everything, and then there's little left that we have.
I mean, there are some things that I don't believe automation ever needs to have a hand in. For example, the entertainment industry. I fully don't believe that ever truly be automated. I think the idea of AI generation of entertainment is not just unnecessary, but kind of disappointing from the perspective of what art.
I'm hoping that that is going to hold true.
But I also, on the flip side,
it's hard to know.
Yeah, I mean, this is my perspective as someone who what I believe should happen. Obviously, that doesn't mean what I believe is going to happen.
Right.
But I do believe ultimately we really should move towards a society
have a good look.
where our needs are met by automation, but like creativity is something people want to do a lot of the time.
I mean that
people are allowed to make what they want. We move to have all our needs met by automation, and then we can, our days we can spend making the things we want rather than the things we need.
I mean, the most optimistic interpretation would be to kind of look at things where like agriculture requires far less actual labor today than it did, say 100 or a more extreme example 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But that didn't result in like people no longer having anything to do. It resulted in people finding new things to do. So the most optimistic outlook is, as some of these industries require substantially less people to be involved, it frees up people for new endeavors.
Yes, but ultimately, to arrive at that point, what we need is an economy that doesn't throw people away for not.
That is the risk. Yeah.
Yeah. What we need is ultimately an economy where you don't have to work to survive, and what you do work is because you want to work.
Yeah.
Because if we get to the point where like all necessary jobs for survival are automated, that only works if we no longer have to have people working.
Ideally, I mean,
and like
it's hard to say because like you look at a company like Apple, and if you break it down, like they're like an extreme money making company.
Yeah.
And there's obviously a lot of employees in that company that are generating value for the company. But the company isn't making anything that is supportive of a basic need. Like, it's supportive of things that we value. So So like,
I mean,
even if
aside
all
from the fact that we
the-
use computers for a lot of
Yeah.
industries that do support our basic needs, you're right. Apple
Yeah.
itself doesn't. Apple as a company generally produces like what I would consider luxury.
Yeah, so even if we move more and more where people are focused on generating luxury goods and the basic needs are being met via automation, there may still be essentially a currency exchange associated with it where people are trading what value the assign to whatever's being produced.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the other part of this, though, that is, I think, makes it significantly harder to achieve is that achieving an economy that works like this also encourages population. And if we are trying to reduce the fact that we are overusing the planet, that's not great.
Yeah.
Because the single biggest factor in population growth or decline is how easy to live. How easy is it to not only survive yourself, but to potentially raise another human being alongside that?
So as far as population growth goes, I mean, it's going to be interesting because I think like regardless of whether or not society, like clearly most governments see population growth as desirable and they see it desirable for obvious reasons. But regardless of that, it's certainly not an easy thing to force. And
It's
I think
really
what
not.
we're seeing is that like most countries have run a gambit of different solutions to this problem, and by and large the best that they've been able to come with is short-term band-aids.
Yeah. I mean, that's
like
because
right now,
what I mean when I say like the difficulty of surviving and raising someone else alongside you is the biggest factor of population growth is really that second part, raising a kid alongside you. How much does that change your quality of life?
yeah. So
And in a lot of first world countries, the answer is very, very, very simple.
yeah.
We value quality of life a lot to the point that we made it so you can have a very nice life alone. But like, we're getting to the point where it's hard to, where even maintaining that nice quality of life is hard on your own, and raising a kid alongside of it is nearly impossible without really giving up a lot of things.
Yeah.
Whereas in a
being
third
that-
world country, the life they know that is surviving on their own isn't actually changed all that much by having a kid.
We definitely do see higher population growth or higher birth rates, I guess I should say, in countries that are less wealthy. Having said that, I think we are the Earth is trending towards a point in the not too distant future, it looks like, where human population is reaching a plateau where it'll level off and then slowly decline. So I guess regardless of whether or not people see population growth as important or necessary, it's not clear if there is a means to change that anyways, because it seems like we are trending towards a point where
I mean,
population decline is more
Inev-
likely to happen than
almost
not.
inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I think
it's
that's
hard
I think
to-
ultimately it is, because again,
Yeah.
we can't keep growing forever. We're already at the point where we are far outstripping what our environment allows.
Certainly there is a limit to what we can reasonably extract. I think we're likely to start seeing population decline before we reach a point where we're naturally at that ceiling and forced down. It seems like we're kind of naturally equalizing and declining on our own without
I
that
don't know that I
necessarily-
agree, partly because I think that though our population is plateauing, our resource usage is continuing to climb rapidly.
That is true. Yeah. No, we are.
And
It is
like
possible for
AI
our
data centers
population
are a
to
huge
decline
example.
while we're also extracting more resources.
Yeah, it seems more likely that we will that even with population decline, because we have, as you mentioned, production-based economies, where the value of an economy, the value of an economy, and therefore, which gets directly tied to the quality of life within that economy, is directly tied to how much is produced. And it's almost as if we are making up for the fact that population growth is starting to slow by forcing up production. And that forces up consumption, which that is almost growing at a runaway pace at this.
Yeah, at the very well, it depends on the industry, of course, but yeah,
It does, yes. But like we were just talking about how like the AI industry is now absolutely pushing the limits of what was previously a perfectly manageable amount of electronics production.
yeah, or electricity for that matter.
Or electricity, yeah,
consumption
electricity and electronics and electronic
high.
like device production has been absolutely being pushed to its limits lately. And like
What?
there's only so much of that we can still do.
Yeah, what I hope is that, at least as far as the power consumption issue goes, sometimes this kind of pressure slash, if you want to call it crisis, can encourage innovation. I'm hoping that this leads to more money being poured into research into more efficient or new technologies for power consumption, for power generation, I should say.
I would say part of
That would
that
be
is
the most optimistic.
that is a push that
element, I
is
think.
happening. But honestly, I don't. The problem with that is there's very few other ways of generating power than what we have. If we look at what ways
Yeah.
we have of generating power, there's really only a very select few. 90% of our
Right.
power generation is ultimately turbines. When you get down
Yes.
to it, we do something to spin a turbine and generate power. And while sure, the different ways of spinning a turbine are actually fairly varied. There's only so many ways you can do that efficiently.
Sure. Okay.
There is obviously wind power. We can spin the blades of a windmill with wind, have that spin a turbine, generate power. You can boil water. You can create heat to boil water and use that to spin a turbine. And those are kind of the big two that we have right now. Or you can let water flow through a turbine to flow and spin the turbine and generate power that way. We are using all
like
three.
Niagara Falls does.
Yeah, we have plenty of hydroelectric dams that do the last one. We have wind farms that are working on the first one, and a lot of our electricity production falls into that second category, which is we burn something to heat up water to create steam that spins a turbine. Literally, coal power, burning trash, burning wood, nuclear power. All of these are essentially boiling water to spin a turbine.
Right.
And like, yeah, there's only so many, and our only remaining way of power generation that isn't spinning a turbine is solar power. And we're getting way better about doing more solar. I think that's very helpful. We're also leaning on wind more than we used to, which I think is very good. We need to improve various ways of storing electricity that doesn't involve chemicals or batteries, but that's also being somewhat worked on. But in terms of new ways to generate power, I mean, we're talking about nuclear fusion reactors, but
Right.
we have yet to get those anywhere close to a point where they produce enough energy compared to what they use.
Right.
And that's just really tough. The fact of the matter is, like, to make a new method of power generation, it has to ultimately produce more than it uses. And that's just a tough thing to ask for.
Mm-hmm.
The reason we have the power generation methods we do is because these are some of the few that have worked.
That makes sense.
In fact, solar power is, in regards to how much energy it takes versus what it makes, it's fairly miraculous. The fact that we can essentially leave an LED in the sun and it generates power, what the fuck? Like, because that ultimately, in case you didn't know, that's what solar panels are.
That's pretty
LEDs,
cool.
light emitting diodes, actually work in reverse, where if you shine light on them, they generate power. Now, to be clear, the ones used in solar panels are built differently to maximize the efficiency of that rather than making one.
Right.
But ultimately, it's the same chemistry and mechanics as an LED that just happen to work in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
Solar is one of the most miraculous forms of power generation we have, in that once the power generation device is produced, it takes almost no energy to just start pumping out power.
Right. Yeah,
you don't
yeah,
have to
yeah.
put anything into it. It just
The
pumps
building
out
and
power.
installation is the cost, and then after that, maintenance is near zero, which is
Well, after that, not maintenance is zero. Unfortunately, there is maintenance because
right.
things hitting the panels can break them, and you have to replace.
Oh,
them,
sure,
things
yeah,
that.
like,
But,
it's
but at
not
the
as if the
same time,
panels will
it's
last
not-
forever, but
You don't have to funnel power into it to generate more power.
It's low enough that you can install a solar panel on your house,
Well,
and like you don't
my
need
point is more than that. Most of these other methods require you to funnel power in, and then whatever power you funnel in gets multiplied or magnified on the way out.
Sure.
Whereas solar is more miraculous in that we don't need to funnel any power into it to make it work. It actually is zero energy cost to generate more energy once the device is produced. Whereas coal, nuclear, these other methods, they require us to keep funneling power into it, to keep getting
Right.
power out of it.
Right.
And it's about that ratio of power funneled in versus power funneled out. Again, wind is similar to solar in that, like, it's one of the few ways we have where we don't actually have to funnel any power in to get power back out. And these make them some of the most efficient power generation methods in terms of bang to buck.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not as reliable as some other methods we have. And to be clear, I'm not saying that as a knock to them, as we shouldn't use them, but that they do need to be supplemented by a method of power generation that is more controllable.
Sure.
Because if they do not make enough, we have to be able to supplement it. But I don't know, like, it's power generation is its own whole major, fascinating, complicated problem. But also, yeah, we really, really do have to start looking at toning down how much we use.
Yeah, we're very.
And unfortunately, right now, again, we are in runaway growth of power consumption,
Yeah.
which AI is very directly responsible for.
Yes. Yeah. AI data centers are generally generating are generally pushing a lot of the new power consumption.
Yeah. Which is why I refuse to use AI in any form whatsoever, basically. If I can avoid it, I will. I am not going to be part of that problem. But anyways, we should get back to the game.
Yeah.
we have Carol saying, "Mo mizu ga nai," which is, "Oh, I'm already out of water."
全部飲むんじゃねえぞ。
Don't drink it all.
ありがとうユ
Got that one.
Arigato. So thank you, Yuri.
Yep.
リちょっとこの辺で休憩にしない
Hey, hold up. Can't we rest around here?
まったくしょうがないね。
Oh, come on. Guess it can't be helped.
I think he screamed.
ん？つ
You're
いに一
correct.
人壊れた？
Oh, did one of us suddenly break?
水
Water!
Water.
Yep.
あちょっと気をつけて砂に足を取られ
Wait,
た
and
ら
then
危な
I
いですよ
didn't get the rest of that.
Correct.
I know
Oh,
Johto
wait,
is wait.
wait. Please be careful. If you catch your foot on the sand, it's dangerous.
なんだよ。まだ元気じゃねえか。
Oh, come on. Guess you got energy after all.
おっさんも行くかい。
I guess this old man's gonna go too.
みんなして力の出し惜しみしやがって。
I guess we should recover. We should go recover our strength. Everyone else.
Mizu. Lots
We
of
get some
Mizu.
water in this little
生
oasis.
き返った
What is lots? It's like Totomo? Totomi?
Oh, Totomo.
Totomo. Totomo Mizu. Or is it Mizu Totomo?
You'd actually probably say Mizu Takson. Totomo
Mizu
is
Totomo.
Totomo is very. It's like it extremifies a like adjective.
Right.
Or whereas Takson is like a lot of a thing.
Right. Taksan. Mizu Taksan desu.
Yep. That would be correct. There's so much water. You'd actually probably do Mizu Taksan arimasu.
Mizu Taksan arimasu.
Yeah, because des is like is, as in like equivalent.
Ah.
Whereas arimasu is like to exist.
Right. That makes sense. I love that. First off, I kind of feel bad for Carol that he's had to walk in this desert with the frog costume on. But I love that he sat in the water and did not take off the frog costume.
Yep.
I want to believe that he's so defeated now that he just kind of fell into the water with the costume still on. Like he lacks the energy to take it off at this point.
Oh my god, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just saying, oh, I'm coming back to life.
本当もうダメかと思った
For real. I thought I was good. I thought it was no good. Or what would you say? Oh, dame ka to omotta. I thought it was over. So what you're really saying is mo dame, like already bad, or like no
Mhm.
good. Really, dame would
Right.
be better translated as like no good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was the easiest way to translate this is probably really. I thought I was done for already.
おお、これからの未来を背負って立つ若者が情けないね。
Oh. For the youth who's supposed to save the future, this is pretty pathetic.
うっさい
Shut up. Literally, she's basically shortening urusai, which is like annoying or like loud. But yeah,
Right.
it's a common way to tell people to shut up. And
Mm-hmm.
このまま進むのも危険だよね
forward like this is dangerous, huh?
でもここで引き返したらあの子たち悲しむわねきっと
But if we pull back here, I'm sure those children would be so sad.
とりあえず力の続く限り行くわよ
For now, while we still have strength, we should while we still have strength, going.
あわよくばフェローだって見つかるかもしれないですから
And if things go well, we might even.
だな。水場も見つけたし、もうしばらくは捜索できるだろう。
Yep. And we found a place where we can get water, so we should be able to search for a good while longer.
毒を食らわば皿までってことね。
If you're gonna eat poison, get down to. So this is a phrase. Doku o kurawaba. Saramade. Saramade te koto ne. So, doku o kurawaba is like if you're going to eat poison, and then saramade is like go as far as the plate. Which I think the way I translate this is probably like go hard or go home.
That's fair.
Like that feels like the most equivalent English phrase. If you're gonna do it, go all the way.
そっかそうだよね
Huh? Yeah. I guess that's true.
そんなことよりカロル、ちゃんと水筒に水入れたか？
But before that, Carol, have you made sure you filled up your water bottle?
はい汲んどいたわ。はいリタも。
Yep. I filled them up. Here, Rita too.
さすがジュディス
As expected of Judith.
ありがとう
Yeah, I've heard Sasuga before.
Yep. Thank you.
他は平気だな。
All right, everyone else good?
はい
Yes.
じゃ、先へ行きますか。
All right. Let's keep going. I also realized, you know what I didn't do? Is equip everyone's canteens.
Oh yeah.
There we go. It's only visual, but I feel like I have. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave it with the veil because I like it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it adds to it that everyone gets their canteen in this.
Carol's doesn't show up with this outfit. All right,
Carol
I guess
doesn't
I'll
get a
take him out of the
canteen.
Sergeant Frog outfit. And God, his is so small.
Yeah. Oh, there's a treasure chest over there.
Yep. This one. Hey, a bow for Raven. He needed something on, so let's equip that. And then we have a full heal save point. Very helpful.
Absolutely.
And we're gonna open this too, where we get a new weapon for Carol, but he's still working on things, so we're not going. Oh. Save over that. Hey, 55 hours, 55 minutes in.
Nice.
Alright. Oh boy, we're gonna do our quick loop of the entire outside and then go inward again.
Sounds good.
You. Grab you too. There's the Medusa butterfly up there that we are not gonna fight right.
Those
Giganto enemy.
ぶっ飛ばすからね
Alright, let's fight you. Oh wait. Wait.
Are you all
Why not?
tapped in?
Oh, you know what? That's the problem, yeah. I forgot I tapped out to look up things.
It's easy to forget when someone else is in control of the game.
Yeah, especially because like I tapped out to look at a thing on my second monitor. So like the game was still on the first monitor even though I was tapped out.
Yeah, that would do it. We got Fatal Bonus for Estelle, which means she can immediately swap to the new Stinger, and Yuri can start using the Spine Ripper.
Very nice.
Oh, we do still use water at night, just slower. Oh, okay. He got mad.
あっという間に全滅
So he did.
なかなかやるじゃない
Don't run here. Don't come here.
All right, got him.
Nice.
We got a ribbon, which actually, hold on, equipment. Repeat. That ribbon better than what we have? Yes, it is.
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll take that. I think that's. And it's daytime. Oh, and there's
Yeah.
still an. Oh,
Oh,
何やってんだおっさん。
you can handle this one?
well. Nani is like what?
Yep.
Yata?
Yatte.
Yate. 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 What does yate mean? Or is it part of the bigger word?
It's-
Yate.
I would say
Yeah.
yatte is the word. Oh, this is actually kind of gonna be tough. So yadu is like to do. We've
Okay.
changed it to te form and then shortened it from yatte irunda. Yatte irunda is it's present progressive tense.
Okay.
So ongoing.
And then Ulsan, I assume that's just him referring to Raven. He's
Yep.
basically just calling Raven old man.
Yep, exactly. So what are you doing, old man?
Right.
いやーほらそこなんか変な生き物がいるなーって
No, I mean over there. There's some kind of strange creature over there. It says henna ikimono. Ikimono is like living thing, so like an animal. There's some kind of strange animal over there. Is what I was
Hmm.
thinking.
んなんだ
What is it?
Nanda? Okay, yeah. Oh, it's Patty.
有利なのじゃ
It's
Yuri. Yeah.
びっくりした
Surprised me.
Krishna?
Bikkuri is like surprised.
Okay.
Like surprise. So bikkuri is like to be surprised
Mhm.
or to surprise someone.
そりゃ俺のセリフだ。まさか砂の中で宝探し
I'm
か
actually kind of surprised that they could get the model to clip in the sand like that, which I guess is not that surprising, but
Yeah. Hey, that's my line. You're not searching for treasure out here in the sand, are you?
ご名答なのじゃ
That is certainly correct. So gometo is like that. It's pointing. It is pointing out correctness, but it is an exceedingly like old and polite way of doing it.
right.
これなんだ
What's this?
アイフリードが隠した宝なのじゃ
It's a treasure that was hidden by Iefried.
これがでもよく砂の中の宝物なんか
Is
見
this?
つけることできたね
Oh, wow. You did really well to find a treasure buried in the sand like this.
冒険家の勘はイルカの右脳よりも鋭いのじゃ
So remember, Patty has a habit of comparing things to.
Right.
So Bokenka is like an adventure. No kun, like an instinct. What Iruka no igi no or no you know. So Iruka is
Is it-
dolphin. And then
Migi I've heard before. Migi is a body part, isn't it? It's like
No.
no?
Migi is
Oh, I thought
right.
Migi was
Like the
Migi
direction
is
right.
right.
Right versus
Migi
left.
is right.
That
Okay.
kind of right.
Right.
And then no, however, is a body part. That's
No
brain.
is a body part? Ah, okay.
And then she says, it says yorimo, so more than the right side of a dolphin's brain. Surudoi no ja. Surudoi is sharp. So literally, an adventurer's instinct is sharper than the right side of a dolphin's brain.
That's a weird phrase. Is that a common phrase? Is that a turn of phrase? Or
Not
she
that
just
I
making
know
something
of.
up?
I think
Okay,
she's
cool.
making it up.
Okay, cool.
Again, that seems to be how she operates in English too, so that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
An adventurer's instinct is sharper than the right side of a dolphin's brain.
勘非科学的
Instinct? Scientific.
あら、侮れないわよ、勘って。
Fine. Don't underestimate it.
まさかそれか探してたお宝ってのは。
It couldn't be. It couldn't be that. That what you were searching for?
違うのじゃこれはガラクタなのじゃ
No, this is just something else.
それにうちはお宝を見つけるのが目的ではないのじゃ
Plus, the treasures aren't really what my goal is.
記憶を取り戻す。ですよね。
You're trying, right?
そうなのじゃそのためにはじいちゃんのお宝のマリスステラを見つけるのじゃ
That's right. For that purpose, I gotta find my grandpa's treasure, the Maristella.
んで、まだその記憶とやらは戻ってこないのか
And I assume I guess those memories still haven't come back yet, right?
そのようなのじゃ
That is exactly right.
でもうちの旅はまだまだこれからなのじゃ
Mada Mada.
Yes, Madamada. What do you remember what Madamada is?
I'm trying to remember what Mada Mada is. I remember liking the word Mada Mada. I'm not sure what it means. No.
Mada is not yet. And repeating it twice just kind of emphasizes it.
I see.
She said Uchi, so Uchi in this case is her first person pronoun. And Notabi is journey. And then Madamada Korekara, so from here.
I
She's
haven't
saying-
heard of Uchi before. Is
Uchi is
Why-
It's very feminine.
okay.
You don't really hear it except for from woman. If you hear it from a man, it's usually referring to a group, especially family. But women sometimes use it for their own singular pronoun.
Okay.
I was actually as I mentioned before, this guy is 7 I'm playing through in Japanese off stream. I actually just encountered I was actually just telling you earlier off, like before we stream, about how I encountered this guy equivalent of Matthew Perry, who is a
Yes.
big muscled mustached cat boy who, as I
Yes,
mentioned,
I remember this.
his wife calls him basically the equivalent of my little meow meow is what I put it as.
Yes.
The way she actually says it in Japanese is she calls him Uchi no Gato-kun. Using Uchi for herself, and Uchi no for like my. And then
I
Gato-kun.
see.
Gato being the Spanish for cat, but also technically his full name is Gatling Opener, and so it's kind of playing
Right.
on the first part of his first name.
I love
But
that.
she literally called. So this is actually one of those things. As I've been playing in Japanese, I've occasionally been going to the English version, like on YouTube, to see how they localize certain bits.
Mhm.
And some of them are really good, but others are really not. And for example, this
Right.
bit apparently in English they localized it as "my little daddy,"
Oh, that's not as fun.
and I'm like, you could have just done "my little gato" and it would have been perfect
right.
because it is a play on the fact that he is a cat. Gato, Spanish for cat.
Right. Yeah.
And then also, based on his name, Gatoring Opena. But they chose to go with Gaddy, and I'm like, oh, come on, you missed such a good opportunity.
Yeah.
I've generally found that my impression of the English dub and English translation of Disgaea 7 is that it is kind of subpar. Hello, Irashai. Well, hello, Neb. Hello, friends.
Welcome,
I
welcome.
assume Heather is also coming with you, even though she was also hanging out here. Hello, Neb. How did Expedition 33 go? How far did you get? My friend. So, pending. Neb has been playing through Expedition 33. Hello, well played. It's good to see you. Irashai, welcome. He's been playing through Expedition 33, which, for the record, I've also been playing through off stream.
It's one of those games I haven't played yet, but I do hope to play at some point because I've heard nothing but good things.
It's very good. I really enjoy it. But he's just getting started, so I'm having fun watching him do the game stuff while I'm at the end doing stuff.
Understandable, yeah.
But yes, let me give you a quick shout out, or you can shout yourself out. You're a mod, you've got that power.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that to you, Neb. But yes, hello, Neb and friends. Welcome, welcome. You all probably know me, given how much I hang out with Neb. But for those who may or may not, at the start, failing parries. Yeah, I did see that. You were failing some parries at the start. You were getting better, though.
I am confident that I would fail parries in that game, as I do in all games.
But, yes, for those who don't know me, I am Kichi. I am your local Uncle Oni Bear. It is also currently, we are currently in the month of February, which I am extending my Setsubun celebration, Setsubun being a Japanese holiday that prominently features Oni. I'm extending my Setsubun celebrations through the entire month. So you have all of this month to take whatever beans you earn by being in my channel and hanging out with me and pelt me in the face with them. I got better then. I don't play because I am not streaming and start the process all over again. But wait. I get better. I get better then I don't play because I am not streaming and start the process all over again.
So
Yeah,
Neb forgets what
so you take a week to get back to where you were before, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh god, I haven't played this in a week. What am I doing? Yeah. I feel like
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's part of the problem with playing games on stream is like you spend so much time not playing them, you have to get used to it all over again every time. But yes, Neb is a lovely friend of mine. For anyone who's been hanging out here who does not already know Neb, Neb is also an offline friend of mine. We've been friends since... God, what would that be? Like 2011? 2010? No, it would be earlier than that. It would be like 2009? 2010? God, we've been friends a long time. But Neb's a wonderful friend. Please follow him. He also does a lot of gameplay of games that he finds very mechanically interesting and does very good like gameplay breakdowns of things he finds interesting, especially like making fun builds. Which,
That's
Neb,
awesome.
you are going to love the build making at the end of this game. Like Expedition 33, I mean, not Tales of Vesperia.
Yes.
And a lot of rants about various things. That is true. He does do that. But to be fair, we are no strangers to that, are we, Pending?
No, we do a lot of rants and tangents. By the way, Kichi, I probably have already told you, but just in case, did I tell you that I've been fumbling my way through Godot?
You have, yes. How's that going?
Yeah, it's going really well. So I started off with this idea that I was gonna make like an idle game.
Yeah, you were telling me about
mechanics. And somewhere along the way, I was like, you know what I really like? I like city builders. So, what I've been working on is that it's a city builder where like you put down buildings, and then the buildings using idle mechanics will generate resources.
Okay.
And then you can upgrade the buildings. Eventually you can transform the buildings. I just got transformation working, so I have Yeah, so I have a test building that's a lumber mill. It can now transform into a steel mill, and I
Okay.
think if it works correctly, then this should be the same for everyone because I've turned because buildings are now a class, like an object, a class object. So
Okay.
I
Yeah.
I can like make whatever buildings now and just give them different properties. Um, and I got the building so that there's a movement mode now where you can like grab a building that you have and move it somewhere else,
Okay.
which took longer than I thought it would. Like, I didn't think that would be a big deal, but that was about 3 days to figure out how to
Oh
do
boy. Yeah. Yeah.
that. So
Sometimes the simplest things can turn out to be so surprisingly complicated when you're coding.
yeah, like actually getting the lumber mill to turn into a steel mill much easier than gaining the ability to move a building from point A to point B.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you.
I've been very
and-
sneezy.
Yeah, and currently right now I'm trying to work on. I'm not worried too much about UI stuff because like I figure like get the mechanics working and then try to make a UI that looks presentable. So the UI right now is a complete mess. But
That
I
makes
am
sense.
trying to put the UI into a state right now where it can comfortably fit a lot of different kinds of resources. Because
That
right
makes
now
sense, yeah.
I have coin, food, and wood as like just the generic resources that I had for testing purposes.
Yeah.
But once I start expanding the number of buildings, there's going to be a lot of different potential resources that I'm
Yep.
going to want, especially because I kind of want a tier system where like one type of resource grows into a different type of resource.
That makes
So,
sense.
like, So like eventually you shift from like wood to steel potentially.
Yeah, I was gonna say like,
And
going from metal buildings to stone, going from like wood and stone buildings to metal, and
yeah, exactly. And
glass.
then and maybe like you start getting into like unrealistic stuff as the city becomes more futuristic, like maybe like, well, titanium isn't necessarily unrealistic, but maybe like titanium is a step above. Maybe like you can start using obsidian and stuff. Maybe like eventually you can have like diamond buildings or something.
yeah. Or you
Uh,
could even start
so-
coming up with your own like chemical compounds that may or may not be real.
yeah, exactly. Like it could start being fictional materials or whatnot as your city gets high tech.
Yeah.
So because of that, because there's going to be so many different classes of things, I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to like make a way to have the information displayed in a way that is presentable. Right now, what I am trying to do is just have like a kind of drop down thing with the different statistics. But what I want to do long term is have some kind of inherent priority set up where it'll show you the resources that are most relevant to you at that time, and maybe
Ooh,
also
that's a difficult problem too.
it is. So I'm probably not going to tackle. I'm not going to attempt that anytime soon. Right now, all I'm trying to do is get like a drop down menu where it'll
Yeah.
show like all the different resources, because that's a lot easier. Dynamically determining what resources should be up there, I have no earthly idea how to do that, so I'm not attempting that yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well,
That's just like what the ideal would be, but
Yeah.
but how that would work, I haven't the slightest clue.
yep, there'll be something to work on. A nice project.
But yeah, so
I'm glad to hear that's
messing
going well.
around. Yeah, it seems to be going well. If I were to show you it, it looks like a complete mess. It does not
Oh,
look
I'm sure.
impressive in the slightest.
I mean, that's usually how the development goes. So
Yeah, but once I get like the systems in place, then I can start scaling things up and maybe make like a little demo, and then I can show people the demo, and then I can kind of figure out what would be good to add and stuff.
yep. But yes, I'm glad to hear that's going well. But also, for the
Yeah.
people who have rated in, welcome back to Tales of Vesperia. We are going through in Japanese. Pending is translating. I'm finding easy lines for Pending to work on since Pending is
Yes,
an early Japanese
I-
learner.
Yeah, I am not translating. Kichi is translating. I am offering like some stuff every now and then when I can, but I only know very basic Japanese.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I'm handling most of the more complicated stuff.
Yeah.
Mostly, and so we are both getting our Japanese practice in because if you don't use it, you lose it, and so I need to make sure I keep
Yeah.
up with it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we are currently searching the desert for some kids' parents and also maybe a big giant red bird thing that wants to kill one of our party. We can ask him
Pharaoh.
why.
Yes, we know why because we played this game before. But
True.
the party doesn't know why.
We are all Pending has all. I also done another full playthrough of this game with Pending in English on his
Yes.
channel. We're now just going
Yes.
through on my channel in Japanese because I also want the achievements and also
Yes.
great way to practice my Japanese and a fun thing to do on stream. So if any of you like to practice Japanese, feel free to work along with us. I also like to have guests on here. So if anyone is maybe somewhere in the middle, like intermediate or advanced Japanese learner, feel free to ask if you can join in. Raven is saying, 立ち直るのが早い子だね. So he's saying, basically, man, she sure gets back up quick. Notably, technically he doesn't say she. Fun again for those who are new to the Japanese language here. Japanese doesn't really use pronouns much. He just says child. So yeah, that's the thing. But it's also more common to refer to girls that way than guys for whatever reason.
あら
Okay.
私はそういう子の方が好きよ。
Oh, really? Well, no, I kind of like children.
俺様もそうだけど
Oh, what about me? Me too?
ねえ、こんなところでおしゃべりしてたら行き倒れになるわよ。
Hey, if we just sit around here talking, we're gonna end up falling over when we get going.
だな。
I suppose that got a point there. Taylor just says, "Oh yeah, that is." But yeah, anyway.
パティも一緒に行きましょう。
Did he just ore-sama? He did ore-sama. Raven did in fact ore-sama. That is a very self-aggrandizing way that men sometimes use to themselves.
So he doesn't just refer to himself as Ore, he refers to himself as Ore-sama?
Normally he uses ore, but here and there he'll throw in an ore-sama, especially if he's trying to
Okay.
flirt with a girl.
Ah, I see.
Honey, do you want to come with us?
宝探しの続きがあるんじゃがの。
Oh, but I have to keep searching for treasure.
ごちゃごちゃ言わないでついてくる。
Don't just mull it over. Just come with us already. And Patty has joined the party.
So, Gochia, what does that mean?
Gocha gocha. It's just kind of
Gocha,
like
gocha.
mumbling.
Ah.
Don't just sit there mumbling to yourself. Join us already, is basically what she said.
Right.
We also have
Okay,
a skit, Fufu ni tsuite,
Yeah.
which is and then it changed. Dada dada. Dada
Wait,
dada
so
is
we
just
do- we
like
have two
ambling
skits?
around.
ねえ、とても重大な話があるんだけど。
Hey, I have a really important conversation to have here.
奇遇ね。
Remember not to
私も言い
skip
た
the
いこ
skit.
とがあるわ。
Oh, what a coincidence. I also have something I want to say.
早く砂漠を出ようよ。
We need to get out of this desert.
The
そ
rare
れしか
time
言
where
うことないの
Carol and
もっとこの
Rita
暑さと
agree.
砂だらけの風景を
Yeah.
楽しんでだな
Is that all you have to say? Come on. Why don't you stick around a little bit and enjoy the scenery while we're here?
無
無理です。絶対無理。早く砂漠を出ましょう。
No way. It's Really, she goes, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. We really need to hurry and get out of the desert.
早く出ようぜ。
Let's get out of here.
ジュディスちゃん
Judith, come on.
早く出ましょう。
Get out of here.
おい情けないね。戻るか進むか選ぶのは早い方が良さげ。
Ah, how pathetic. Whether we go back or we keep going, you guys better pick quick. And it looks like we didn't get the other one, which was Fukuni Tsuite, about couples.
Aw,
It looks like we were too slow on that one.
that's unfortunate. I was kind of hoping because they gave us two right in front of each other, it would like enable the second one after we finish the first one.
I was hoping so too, but unfortunately we were not that lucky.
Oh right, this is probably not going to be effective.
It is effective against the Dryads.
Which
are-
one's the Dryad?
The ones that are like little blue-haired girls with a cactus on their head.
Oh, okay.
あどけなき水の戯れ白き天に使うたちその微笑みを我
Oh, come on. You got it.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh,
there you
wait,
go.
let's get.
There it is. Fufuni Tsuite, so about couples.
アルフとライラのご両親見つかりませんね
Still haven't found Alpha and Lila's parents.
これだけ砂漠が過酷となると無事かどうかも難しいんじゃないの？
With only having searched this much of the desert, isn't it kind of hard to say whether they're okay or not?
このクソ暑い中でそういう気のめいるような話をしないで
Oh, with all this heat, don't talk about things like that.
こんなところに嫌がる人を放り出すなんてひどいよね
In a place like this, digging at things people don't want to talk about is really cruel.
まったくだ。まあ、
Gotta
人の心
agree.
配できるうちにとっととガキたちの親を探そうぜ。
Well, for us who still have the ability to worry about stuff, better find those kids' parents pretty quick.
はい
Yes. So rather than about couples, it's probably about the couple that we are searching.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Again, Japanese is a very contextual language. There's a lot of times where like what's said is perhaps a little like its meaning could vary a lot depending on what the context. And you got the glowing ribbon and a weapon for Patty.
Yeah.
あそこにいるのは
Hey, over there is.
行くぞ。
Let's go.
大
By
丈
the
夫
way, AI is so bad at it. Yes, that's exactly why AI is bad at it. Actually, fun story about AI and Japanese. Recently in my business Japanese course I've been my professor gave an assignment where we were supposed to write a business email in proper, like, polite, formal Japanese. And then we're supposed to feed it into AI to proofread it, and then comment on what we thought about what the AI said about it. I asked the professor if I could opt out of the AI part of it. I was upset about. I did it, so I did it. Anyways, she did want us to specifically think carefully about what the AI said and not just take it at face value, which I at least appreciate.
Right.
And as an example, she actually did her own, where she came up with an email, ran it through the AI proofreader, and thought about what it said. And one of the things that was interesting, that was really obviously the AI being bad at detecting context and meaning from context, was so the email had 3 requirements. 1 was to greet your boss. 2 was to ask for advice. 2 was to say that you needed advice about a work matter. And 3 was to ask when he could come into the office to maybe give you such advice.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the things the AI commented on hers is that she said basically, hey, I've run into a problem. I could use some advice on it. I'm going to have a meeting and will be out of the office at this time, but am available at any other time. Obviously, contextually, this is her asking when he can come to the office to meet with her. Because she's saying when she's not in the office, and that any other time that he would normally be at the office, she should also be there.
Right.
The idea is she's saying when she's not available, so that he can say when he is available, and they can make that an appointment. But the AI went, you didn't. The AI said, "Oh, you didn't ask when he's available to come into the office. You just said when you're not available." And like, yes, because Japanese is contextual, and that's how you ask that. Because if you don't specifically, if you ask when are you free, that sounds like he has free time when he's not working, which makes it look like he's being lazy, and you don't want to say that. Like, that's how contextual Japanese is. You don't want to ask when he's free. You could potentially ask when it would be convenient for him. But if he lists a time when you're not available, and then you have to go, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm out of the office at that time," then you have to do a whole extra added on to this conversation. So it's easier to just say, "Hey, I'm not available this time, but if there's a time convenient for you outside of that, I would appreciate it."
Mm-hmm.
And that's a statement. That's not a question, but contextually, it is a question. You are waiting on a response to that of when he would be able to meet. And again, it's a perfect example of, as you said, AI is bad at Japanese translation because it's such a highly contextual language.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Which is also why machine translations of manga fucking suck. And I hate them.
Yeah. I would imagine that they probably provide a very literal translation without the context needed.
Yeah, they tend to provide not only a literal translation, they tend to get pronouns wrong all the time, which makes it nigh unreadable in English.
Right.
And they also just miss a lot of what the intended meaning behind a statement is because of context. Also, yeah, exactly, Asteroids. KY dane. For the record, pending. KY is short for Kuki Yomenai, which literally means cannot read the air. It's their method of saying someone who can't like read between the lines.
Oh, okay.
It's a very common phrase to indicate that someone is dense and missing the point of a when like, because again, Japanese is very contextual and direct a lot of the time. This is how KY is how you would refer to someone who tends to miss the point because of like things being indirect.
Mm-hmm.
大丈夫だ? Are you okay?
あなた方
Ew.
楽になりました？
Are you feeling a little better?
妻は
Yes. My wife.
この人かな？ここにいるよ。
Is it? Would she be this person? She's right here.
まだじっとしていてください。
Please.
水を。
Water. Please.
Lots of drinking.
生き返るな
Oh. I'm coming back to life.
潤ってきたわ。
Urotte-ka. I don't know that one. Let's look this up. I'm gonna bring out my dictionary. Urotte.
Yeah, it's nice that he did immediately work. His first thought was to worry about her.
It is. Good couple. What a good guy. Immediately worried about the partner. Yeah. That is a good married couple, right? Urotte.
Yeah.
Man, okay, so I'm gonna have to look this up by kanji part. Have the 3-stroke water radical. Have the 1, 2, 3. 5, 6, 8-stroke gate rat. And the king rat. There we go. That's the one. Uruoi. Oh, urumu, to be wet, moist. Okay. So she's basically saying like, oh, that got me moist again. Or that wet my throat, I think is what you're going for. Let's go with that.
That makes
Oh.
sense.
That wet my throat.
Yeah.
ありがとうございます
Thank you so much.
あ
I
な
should have
た
left that one
方
to
の
you.
おかげで命拾いをしました。
That's all
あ
good.
なた方は私たちの救い主です。
Oh, thanks to all of you. Well, our lives are no longer. You are all our saviors.
そんな。
No, that's.
安心するのは生きて帰れてからだ
You can relax once you've gotten back alive.
何なんとかなるのじゃ。
Oh, what? It'll work out.
この状況でそのセリフ言えるなんて、あんた上等だわ。
You to be able to say a line like that in a situation like this. You got some real guts.
お礼をと言っても今は何も持ち合わせがなくて
Oh, I must thank you. Even if I say that, right now I don't have anything on me.
ああいいって言ってそんなの
Don't worry about that. It's fine.
いえそういうわけにはいきません
Oh, let's have you translate this one.
Yeah. Well, that would be no, right?
Correct. Yes.
So
So we have soul.
what?
We have soul. It's one word.
So okay. So I know that.
You know that one.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
You're probably more familiar when someone says "so desu."
Well, isn't so desu like that's right?
Correct. Yeah, that is. So is
Okay.
like that kind of. It's
Right.
and we have iu.
You.
That is a verb we have discussed. Maybe not as much as we could, but
Oh, what's that one mean?
to say.
Okay. And then wakanai.
Not quite nigh. We have wake. Is
Oh,
the next word.
wakani. Wakani.
Wake. Yeah.
Ni. Okay.
Yeah. so
Wake
we have-
is its own word.
Wake is its own word, which means like reason or.
Okay.
And then we have the last two in this line.
Okay. Well, that's the go country. Let's go.
Yep, that's go. Correct.
Yeah.
Remember how it's pronounced?
E.
Correct.
E-
Yes.
Iki. Iki. I know the last part is sen. I'm trying to remember masen. Ikimasen.
Yes. And what is ikimasen?
I think he's saying we can't go.
Correct. It doesn't. It's technically the negative form of to go, so it doesn't go.
Yeah.
So this
yeah.
one, you're gonna have a hard time actually translating this because it's a very phrasal kind of thing.
Okay.
It's not. Translating it word for word doesn't really.
Right.
So soyu is like the thing you said. And then wake is like reason. Niwa
Mhm.
ikimasen. So that thing you just said, the excuse that you just said doesn't go. What he's literally saying is, oh no, that would never be acceptable.
Mhm.
He's basically saying that's not okay.
Right.
So Yuri's like, oh hey, he's like, oh, as far as thanks, oh, but we don't have anything on us. Yuri goes, oh, don't worry about it. He goes, no, there's no way we could leave it at that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
It's a good phrase to remember. Like wake ni wa ikimasen. It can't be allowed, basically.
Okay.
ぜひお礼にマンタイクまで取りに来てください。
Rita is like super unhappy.
Yeah, Astrid's right. Good work on that one, Pending. You did put a lot of effort into getting the different pieces, into making sure you read
Thank
all
you.
of that.
E.
Zehi is another really good word to know. That's what he starts with
Zehi.
here. Zehi. It means like please or absolutely. It's kind of like by all means.
Right.
It's
okay.
something you'll probably preface an invitation with Zehi to be like, oh, by all means, please feel free to come.
Zehi. Okay. Zehi.
Or like, for example, you're at your friend's house and you see that they've got like a cake. They've got like a partly eaten like cake on the table, and
Mhm.
you might go, oh, chotto tabete ii? Can I eat a little bit of it? And they might respond with, oh, zehi tabete kudasai. Oh, please go ahead.
Mhm.
But he's saying, zehi, ore ni mantek made tori ni kite kudasai. So as far as thanks, please come back to Mantake and we will to come get it.
マンタイク、
Mantake.
あなたたちもしかしてアルフとライラの両親かしら？
You, Alpha and Lila's parents.
ええ、そうです。
Got this one pending.
Well, is probably more of a sound effect than anything. Like he's a
Actually,
sign
no.
of like recognition or surprise.
Actually, no. That is him saying
really?
yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
a long is actually a confirmation sound. So that's him agreeing and saying yes.
Okay, so
He
it's
does stutter
yes,
a bit.
yes, that's right.
Exactly. He does stutter it a little bit. So it's like so this.
So yeah, that's right.
Exactly. There you go.
もしかしてマンタイクであの子たちに？
Could you have possibly run into those kids in Mantake? So notably here, she doesn't actually use a verb. Moshikashite, could it be the city of Mantake de Anokotachi? So in Mantake, those kids, and then marked as a location, and that's it. That's the entire sentence. But really kind of left to assume run into them.
De is the equivalent of like at, right? It's like the
Yes.
connector
It's
particle for at.
It's a particle that can mean a few things. It can mean either using a utensil or a tool, or it can also
Okay.
or it can also mark a location. So yeah.
That makes sense.
ええ、会いました。
And you can see that Estelle
Okay,
here
so
uses
she-
that same.
Yeah, so she says yes.
Yep. Yes. We met them.
お父さんとお母さんのこと心配してたよ。
They were really worried about their mom and dad.
探しに行こうとまでしてたわ。
They were about to run out to search.
ああ、こうしちゃいられない。早く戻らないと。
Oh, we can't have that. We must hurry back.
焦らないで。二人だけで帰れると思う？
Don't I said on that day it's like don't get worked up or like don't lose your head about it, basically. I think that's probably the best translation. Lose your head.
Okay.
Think you're going to get back with just the two of you?
それは無理ですね。
You can handle that one pending?
Okay. Sore wa. So that was
And
another stutter.
yeah, another stutter, and then he says sore wa.
Sore wa. So that's right.
That's so
Uh,
muri. The kanji is muri, which is like impossible.
Muri. Okay, so that's right. Impossible. Desne. So that's right. It's impossible,
Rather, I would say that this is
isn't
just
it?
one sentence that he's kind of pausing in the middle of. Because that's impossible.
Right. Okay.
ちょっと落ち着いて。ね。
So Choto is like a little.
Yep. Let's just calm down
Yeah.
a little bit, right?
Okay.
そうなのじゃ。少しこの辺りで横になるのじゃ。
That's right. Why don't we just lay down for a little? So, fun
That's
fact.
not the solution, Patty.
Fun fact. Japanese doesn't have a single word verb for to lay down.
Oh, okay.
This is actually one thing that took me a long time to get used to. Like, oh, I'm gonna go lie in bed. You can say you can go enter your bed. Bedo ni hairu. To get into your bed. Or if you want to say like lie down on the couch. But if you want to say like lie down on the Yeah, so fun fact about Patty, she speaks in a very interesting way. We've discussed this on stream a few times before, but good to go over it again here. Patty speaks in a very interesting pattern in that she uses both ja, which is a very like old person's way of speaking. Like we're talking grandma levels of
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the same time, she also uses she
Right. Yeah.
she also she has nanoda, but replaces the da with ja. Nanoda is a very childish way. So she is somehow speaking both in a very childish manner while simultaneously using an inflection and accent that an inflection in some word choice that makes her feel like a really old person.
Mm-hmm.
She is at the same time speaking like a 5-year-old and speaking like an 80-year-old.
Also, the heat really seems to, like, I think Raven is the only one at the same level as her in terms of like indifference to this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, her way of speaking is really not conveyed in the English version of the game very well. Which is,
Yeah,
to be
no,
fair,
the English version of
understandable.
The game, the English version of the game kind of like gave her like a piratey kind of way of speaking.
Yeah, they tried to give her a bit of a piratey
But-
way of speaking, and like to be fair, that also comes through. That also is coming from the Japanese because she likes to make a lot of nautical references. Sea
Yeah.
animals, ship terms, things like that are things she
Yeah.
will use a lot.
But they didn't. But in terms of like giving her like a mix of childish and elderly speak, they did not attempt that in the English.
They attempted it, but they didn't do very much. For example, she tends to call Yuri lad here and there, like an old person might.
Yeah.
Like she uses lad and
yes.
lass like an old person might.
Yes, but because she's also throwing in like a lot of pirate dialect,
It
I
tends
kind
to
of
it tends to
attributed that
associate more with
to-
pirate than the old person.
Yeah, like if it wasn't for the pirate aspect of it, I would have it would have clocked me a little bit different. But because she was already doing the pirate stuff, I clocked it as just being part of the pirate stuff.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem is it just kind of a lot of the old person stuff kind of gets rolled into the pirate stuff,
Yeah.
and they don't really give her a whole lot of the like little kid speech either.
Like I think the best that they could have possibly done, but it would have been hard to marry it with the pirate stuff, would have been if they gave her like a fair number of sophisticated words that she was saying, but then also had her like work in some simplistic words or even like some mispronounced words as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But it
It's a
would've-
very odd way of speaking.
It
As
would
it
have been
just
a
does not translate well.
Yeah, it would have been a tough balance to make. And to be honest, I don't imagine that the translation team had the time allotted to them where they could kind of work in that kind of nuance for Patty. Like I
Absolutely,
imagine,
I agree with that.
Yeah, I imagine it just wasn't not practical for them to spend that much time trying to figure out how best to convey the way that Patty speaks in Japanese. into English.
Absolutely, I'd agree. But also going back to what we were talking about earlier, so Japanese doesn't have a verb to lie down.
Mm.
So if you want to say, I'm going to go lie down on the couch, you wouldn't say, like, so funny, like, go to lie down on the sofa. You wouldn't say, so funny, and then, like, a verb for to lie down. Like a one word that there. What they have is yoko ni naru. You might recognize naru as the verb to become.
Okay.
Yoko literally means, like, sideways.
I like that.
Literally, it's like sideways or horizontal. Literally,
Right.
their verb for to lie down is to become horizontal.
Right.
That's just how they
That's
say
a great
it.
way of
And
putting it. Yeah.
I kind of exactly. I love yoko ni naru. It took me so long to get used to because we're just used to the idea of having a verb for to lie down. But no,
Yeah.
they literally just say to become sideways, and it's kind of adorable once you get used to it.
It is. I like it. I do like that.
ちょっと
That's
パティ
nice.
それは落ち着きす
Eddie, that might be relaxed. That might be calming down a little.
こんな砂漠に鳥
In a desert like this, Prince?
ぎ近くない
Wasn't that close?
この先みたいね。
Sounded like it was just up ahead.
ようやくご対面か。干からびるとこだったぜ。
Hey, what? Well, we'll finally be facing him. Looks like it. And I was just about to dry out.
お二人も一緒に
You two, please come with us.
あ、はい。
Literally, she says, "Ofutari,
Hi.
ofutari ishoni." It's literally 2 people together.
Right. I also know Tori,
literally.
by the way.
What was that?
I also know Tori.
You know Tori? Yes, Tori, as in bird.
Yep.
Boyd.
つかず離れずでな。
Yes.
戦いになったら邪魔になる。
There's
But make sure to stay a little bit away from us. Come as a battle, you'll get in the way.
does this game have a chat log? Unfortunately, I don't believe
No,
it
it
does.
does not.
If you're talking about like
わかりました。
a history of all the dialogue, I don't believe it has that.
There is not one. I wish it had that. That'd be very nice.
It would be
I-
super convenient, yeah.
I believe you can translate this one.
Wakari mashita. Wakari mashita.
Harimashita.
Waka- Oh, hanimashita? Wait, hanimashita?
Wakarimashita. You had it right. I was just
Oh,
getting the pacing of the word right.
it's like I understand, right? I understand
Yes, correct.
because Wakaru was understand. If
Yep, and she's putting it in past tense because that's just how they tend to do that. So she's
Right,
basically
okay.
going, "Oh,
That makes
understood."
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And we're gonna save real quick, then we're gonna get this
Yes.
skit.
Okay.
Guta guta da, or guda guda. I don't know what that actually means. Let's guda guda. Let me look that up real quick. That should not take long.
hmm While you're doing that, I'm just gonna grab some more water.
Guda
So
guda.
I'll.
Tediously,
I'll be right back,
persistently, or
okay?
repeatedly. Okay.
Okay. Be right
I'm gonna go through the skit while you're gone though. So
Okay.
'cause I don't want to keep people waiting too.
Yeah, that's understandable.
All right. So guda guda is like tedious.
砂と骨サボテンと宝箱空と風と太陽と
Sand and bones, cactus and treasure, sky and wind and sun and... Oh shit, I skipped it. Fuck. Keep doing that. I'm sorry. Well, I'm gonna keep grabbing treasures before we get too far. I keep accidentally skipping skits and I hate it. I don't mean to. Oh god, hello.
後ろからかよ。
今こそ絆の見せ所 僕に任せて
Ow. Man, Pending is just getting wailed on here. Well, Judith. Judith is not Pending's usual character. Full power, full speed ahead! Carol. Steel Plus unlocked on repeat. Well, I also needed to double check that she does. Oh god, she still had these all equipped. Ugh. Okay, that's fixed. I need to put on. So we still had her. I realized after we took the weapon off of Estelle, we never took off her half damage, quarter damage, and 1 damage skills.
Oh, right. I mean, to be fair, it's less noticeable with Estelle.
It is less notable with Estelle because she's our healer, but also. Yeah.
Still better not to have it. Oh, another scan.
Adito rapido. But Patty and Rapide.
なんじゃラピード、うちの服を引っ張らんでくれなのじゃ。
What is it, Rapide? What is it, Rapide? Don't keep pulling on my clothes.
パーティー、足元危ねえぞ。
Patty, your feet. At your feet. Dangerous.
おお、危機一髪なのじゃ。
Oh, I was one step away from danger.
ラピードは教えてくれてたんじゃな。
Rapide, you were warning me, weren't you?
ラピード、
Oh.
パティには懐いてます。どうして？
Rapide seems to be Patty. Why?
ラピードは子供好きだからな。
Because Rapide likes kids.
タイよりもピッチピチなうちにメロメロなのじゃ。
Kotomo means kids.
Yes, Kodomo means kids. Hayori mo. What the hell is this?
It's very
Patty,
cute to see.
what the hell are you saying here?
It's very cute to see animals that are well behaved with little kids. Like
Oh yeah, absolutely.
my
Okay, so we have Tai as Seabreeze. He is bursting with youth and energy. Meadow. What is Meadow? Madly in love, head over heels.
I have a
Okay,
nephew that's like 1, and there was a cat being very tolerant with my nephew.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, she's saying,
Mm-hmm.
he must have fallen head over heels for how more lively than a sea bream.
Yep.
私に足りないのは若さだったんですね。
Aw, Estelle's jealous.
Estella's very jealous. I guess what wasn't good enough about me was that I wasn't young enough.
いや、確かにパティは若いけど、なんかおかしくないか？
I mean, certainly Patty's young, but there's something weird about that. Give me water.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, hello.
ジタバタするなよ。
Ow. Stop that. Nice
no.
finisher.
Thank you. I'm starting to realize that like every one of my spells seems to trigger that. Oops.
これな。
Nice, you're getting a bunch of arts.
Sweet.
轟け勝利の歌。
Yeah, but yeah, no, Rita triggers a lot of fatal strikes.
Yeah.
We got Light Force and happiness sing? Happiness sing? Oh, happiness 1, 2, and 3. Okay. That makes sense. I'm still working on those. Oh, you're done with that, so we can now give you...
I got a couple things.
Yeah, that's fire elements. We're not going to use that.
Understandable.
Limiter and efficient, or this one, which gives magic 2 and overspell 2. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Oh wait, go back to it for a second. Oh wait, sorry. Obasu?
I would say it's Oba, and then the next
Oba.
word.
Su, that's a he, but that's a pe?
Yep.
Superu, right?
Not
Superu?
super.
Not super?
Not super. No.
Oh, did I? Is it
You've
not?
you've got the right 3 katakana. It is superu.
Oh, I'm just not pronouncing them together right.
Well, yeah, superu. Superu is how you'd say it in Japanese, but this is a katakana word, so it's a foreign word,
Hmm.
and it's not.
Is
super.
it meant to be pronounced? It's not super. Superu is not correct.
Again, superu is how you'd say it in Japanese, like how you'd pronounce those 3 characters. But the English
Right.
word it's equivalent to is not super.
Oh.
So Oba.
Subaru. But it's
Oba
not.
superu.
It's not super.
Nope.
What word is it?
What does Rita do a lot of?
I mean, she's casting magic all the time.
Casting. What's another word? What other word might you use after casting there?
Magic?
Other than magic.
Spells?
There you go.
Wait. Oh.
It's not
Oh,
super,
so it's
it's
like-
spell.
Oh, so spell over?
Yes, there you go.
Overspell 2. Is it like
Yep.
is it like an over limit thing?
This is where basically for a mid-level spell, you can hold the X button as you're casting it, and you can delay the end of the cast while costing extra TP to both make it more powerful and let you run around while you're waiting for it to charge, basically.
Katakana is really tricky. I'm definitely not to say that not to say that my hiragana is great, but it's better than my katakana.
Yeah. And then you have this one.
That is okay. First is Su, right?
Nope.
Su? No, wait, not Su.
Fu is the... Nope, it is not Fu either.
Oh man. Ma. Wait.
You are correct,
Mu?
that is Ma.
Ma? Okay, Ma. Okay, Ma. Without the dashes, would that be Su?
Nope.
Su? Okay.
You can see a small Tsu over here towards the end.
Okay. Yeah.
They're very
it's the
similar.
opposite.
But it's
Yeah,
they look
it's
similar, but you can
it's
see the angles different. These two trip up everyone.
Ma. I might need to look it up.
You need to look it up. Look it up. Don't be afraid to.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking this up. Oops. Okay, hang on a sec. Let's take a look at Where are you?
I believe in you.
Thank
Terrible
you.
at understanding it in my head. Yeah, no, katakana really is tough because like you kind of get through the whole thing and you have to be like, oh god, what does this remotely sound like?
Wait, no, the thing I clicked on immediately like popped up an ad. Where are you? Where are you? Okay, there you are. She.
Yes, there you go.
Okay, but it's
That's
got the
But it's
dashes
got
on
the 10-10.
it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. She. B? Would it be
Nope. Not BB.
B?
H becomes B when you dock the 10 when you put the 10-10 on it.
Right.
What sound uses the same mouth shape as she? Put your tongue, do she, and pay attention to where your tongue and your other parts of your mouth are.
Z.
Very close, but they don't actually
Z
have
or
Z.
no?
So what do they have? It's the odd one out. Normally S does turn into Z.
Oh.
But we have sh. This isn't, remember, it's not C, it's she.
She.
Sh.
Z. But it's not Z either.
Nope. You had it for a fraction of a second there.
Z.
Nope.
Z. She. Z. C. I don't know.
It's G.
G. Oh, it's G. Okay.
Yeah, she to G.
Okay. Maji Karu.
Yep.
Well, I guess it's Magic Karu.
So it's
So,
this
oh,
is-
okay, so it's magic. Magic. Or maybe mage.
You're close. It is based on the word magic. So when it ends in ru, you can typically expect that, Japanese have trouble with LR. But if it ends in ru, it's probably ending in L.
Okay.
So
What
starts with magic and ends with L?
magical.
There you go.
Oh, this is how they say magical?
Yep, Majikaru.
Magical. Oh, I like that.
You can actually hear this in God, this is a reach back in time, but in the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, the Mikuru Beam song. One of the lyrics is Majikaru Mikurun, magical Mikurun.
Oh.
Anyways,
Nice.
oh come on, these guys' hitbox is way too big.
Yes. Oh. Wait. Oh, man.
勝利の合図
All right,
ほい。うまくなったもんだ。
we can do the sign of victory. Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, you've gotten pretty good at this.
これは明日を紡ぐ力です
And she got efficient and good job.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, new skip.
Otakara doko ja? Where? Oh, damn it.
No!
Where? The skit's name is "Where is the Treasure?" Clearly
Right.
being said by Patty.
Yeah, hopefully this doesn't invalidate the skit.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got the finisher off on the other one by coincidence of me killing the first
ま
one
だまだここから。
with the right timing.
まだま
力が
だ。
湧いてきました
The power is coming up.
So
And
when
then-
he says mada mada like that, is it like you're not strong enough yet or you're not enough?
He's saying, That's not enough, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
この
Okay.
砂漠にはまだお宝が眠ってる気がするのじ
Oh,
ゃ
I like this. I like this sprite for Patty.
With the binoculars, yeah, it's cute.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
cute.
in this desert, I feel like there are many more treasures sleeping.
ちょフラフラしてるとはぐれちゃうよ
Hey, if you wander around like that, you'll get separated from us.
じゃあお宝の匂いが
But I smell the smell of treasure.
ラピードにもわからないお宝の匂いだなんてパーティーどんな話してるの
A treasure even Repede can't smell. Patty, what kind of nose do you have?
鼻
You
毛
know
が
what
ないの
Hmm?
It occurs to me like they made the big deal about how well Repeat and Patty get along,
Yeah.
because he's used to kids. Does it? Repeat doesn't like get along great with Carol, does he?
Yeah,
He's
because
not
Carol's a
bad with-
preteen.
Oh,
Carol is older than Patty by a little bit, at least
I see.
ostensibly.
Right.
じゃあ勘なのじゃお宝の隠し場所はなんとなくわかるのじゃ
It's not my nose, it's my intuition. Where the treasure's hidden, or the place the treasure's hidden, I just kind of have a feeling for it.
勘だけで砂漠まで来ちゃうなんて危ないよ
Going to the desert on something just like instinct, that's dangerous.
うちの勘は百発百中なのじゃ
Ooh. My intuition is batting 100. That's how I'm gonna interpret that. It actually says, 100発110. So like in the middle of like 100 shots.
百発百中なら億万長者になれるかもね
If you're batting 100, then you might need to start batting a million. Or actually, technically he uses oku, which is 100 million.
欲
Okay.
を書くと身を滅ぼすのじゃ
You'll ruin yourself with your ambition.
パーティーには言われたくないかも
I don't want to hear that from Patty. These kids. Alright, come on, where is the...
What you looking for?
I'm looking... I'm just going around the edge, because most of the treasures are around the edge, and then I'm gonna head up the middle and... Aha! You're not
There you
escaping
go.
me.
Yeah.
We got the silver circlet.
Mhm.
Pardon me. Let's grab this while we're nearby.
Yeah, may as well. A lot of those cactuses make a very unfortunate sound.
I don't know, I like the boing sound they make. I think it's cute.
It is cute. It makes me think that it's something else is happening. So.
I honestly don't know what.
Oh, to me it sounds a little bit flatulent.
Oh, like a fart. Okay, you know, that's fair.
Yeah.
Speaking of, which I know that's a great way to start a sentence when we're talking about farts.
Yeah, no, continue.
So I learned a new Japanese dad joke recently.
Okay, please tell.
So it starts with like if someone farts. You respond to if someone farts. So you start with oh, hold on, we have a skit. Before we do the skit, I'll just go through this. So someone farts and you tell them,
Yes.
basically in Japanese, gasu o mo ichido gasu o hoshutsu sureba. If you let out gas one more time, and you say sayonara da, because it sounds like sayonara da, like it's goodbye. But what you're actually saying is
Yes.
sayonara, which is like it's another fart.
Oh, that's a fun play on word.
Yeah, and our new skit is oden, which is it's a kind of soup in Japan.
ピードおでんなのじゃ
Here, Repeat, have some oden.
美味しそうですね
やっぱりおでんの中ではゆで卵が最高よね。
In fact, you know what? I'm gonna put this pun in chat so you can all read it in its Japanese glory. Eh?
The sayonara one, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna do moichi. Asu. So you start with this one, and then you follow up with sai. And then you follow up with that. There you go. Sayonara da. I love my Japanese dad jokes. I have a bunch of them, and they're all so stupid. I love them.
Dad jokes are always really nice.
Anyway, Raven said, after all, the best part of Odin is the boiled egg.
何言ってんの？おでんの王様は大根よ。パティ、大根。
What are you saying? The king of Odin is absolutely the daikon. The daikon, right, Patty?
ちょっと待つのじゃ。
Wait just a second.
珍しいね。食べられれば何でもいいリタッチがそんなに気に入るなんて。
Well, ain't that rare? Rita, who will normally just eat whatever, certainly has having strong feelings about this here.
それがおでんの魅力なのじゃ。でも、おっさんもリタ姉も間違ってるのじゃ。
That's the beauty of Odin. That's the allure of Odin. But Rita, you're also you and the old man are both wrong about what the king of the about this.
何がです？おでんの花形は練り物なのじゃ。
Nerimono. Hold on. Let me double check Nerimono. Nerimono is. Oh, okay. The flower of the Odin is the fish paste. Hello?
What's up?
My
中でも白
Okay, there we go. It was not letting me cancel the dialogue.
Oh, okay.
It's not letting me do it again.
Oh, that's weird. That's a
Okay, I
really
missed
cute
that.
sprite, by the way.
最強ですか。ラピードも。私は美味しければ何でもいいですけど。
Oh, the strongest part. Who? I mean, honestly, as long as it's tasty, I don't really care what it is. All right, hold on a second. I need to. There we go. Hopefully that fixes me.
Got it?
I
Okay.
hope so. I was having the problem where like the select and cancel buttons were both not working.
Oh, yeah.
You know this issue very well.
Yeah, I've run into that before.
For some reason, the PC port of this game sometimes loses control of the confirm and cancel buttons for whatever reading.
Yes.
For whatever reason, we don't know why. But when it happens, if you
It's weird.
Control Alt Delete and back out the Control Alt Delete menu, everything starts working again like magic. It's
Yeah,
really stupid.
it is. I don't know what it is that causes that, but something does.
We're gonna use a pine gummy on there.
Awesome.
And we got a lemon gel with it. Alright, I think that's everything here. So we're gonna start moving towards the end. In fact, we're gonna hit up the save point, I think, again, and then hit the exit.
Yep, that makes sense.
That should be... Yep, here we go.
Yeah.
And because we're gonna have a boss battle here, which I'm gonna double check one thing real quick about that boss battle, because I double check with the secret mission.
Okay.
Secret mission: destroy the core. Right. Okay. Um. Okay. I'm. We'll have to see if we can make this work. If I have to leave it for the second playthrough, we will do that. But
何かおかしい。気をつけて。
something strange. Be careful.
エロじゃない。
It's not fair.
ああ、声の調子が変わりやがったな。
Yeah. The tone of the voice has definitely changed.
あれ
That
何気持ち悪い。
What? That's gross.
おとりを使っての不意打ちとは卑怯な魔物なのじゃ。
Using an imitation to lure in their prey. What a clever monster.
あんな魔物は
Or what a cowardly
知
monster.
らない。
That kind of monster. I don't know it at all.
魔物じゃないわね、あれは。
That's probably.
魔物じゃなかったら何よ。
If that ain't a monster, what is it?
I believe he's barking.
ラピードがビビるなんてやばそうだな。
Even Rapide's on edge. This thing's dangerous.
逃げよ
Let's run!
う。こっちに来ます。
It's coming for us.
やるしかねえってことか。
I guess it's one of those just gotta do it situations.
あんたたちは離れてろよ。
Yep.
You two get back.
All right.
All right, we're gonna quickly.
Magic lens.
It is currently
weak
weak
to
to water. Yep.
Okay,
な
cool.
んだよこいつは。
What the hell is this guy?
関わりたくないです。みんな
If I don't have to, I don't want to get near it. Everyone, do your best.
Oh, I missed a. Okay. So how do we achieve the mission?
So if we can ground, if sometimes it'll fall over, and when it does, we need to target the core.
Okay.
Oh god. Ow. Fuck.
その微笑みを我に。ナース。
Okay, it is now, I believe, weak to fire
Okay.
and healed by water.
Fireball.
And now it's back to
Cancel.
yeah. Now it's back to water being weak. And now it's back to fire being weak.
How do I tell?
When it's
Water,
nighttime,
fire, yeah.
when it's nighttime, it's healed by water. When it's daytime, it's healed by fire. Ow. Yeah, we're probably gonna beat this before we accomplish secret mission, which is fine. Yeah.
倒しはしたもんの。
もうヘトヘト。しっかりしなさいよ。
Oh, I'm wiped. I'm so tired. Everyone, hold it together. Yeah, I'll go for that on a second playthrough.
Makes sense.
It disappeared?
But a phoenix.
これは
Pharaoh.
This
僕もうダメ。
I'm
Oh,
done for.
リタ、
everyone's collapsing.
カロル。
Carol.
サザエのつぼ焼きよりもグツグツグラグラ熱。
It's hotter than a sizzling. Sazae. It's Tsuboyaki.
It's a small detail, but I appreciate that Patty's hat actually fell clean off, as opposed to just being glued to her head.
You know, that's fair. I do actually like that detail too.
Yeah.
Sazae is a turban shell clam. Or a turban shell like mollusk. Okay. Tsuboyaki. I think that's like a
Oh,
fish cooked in its own shell. Yeah. So it's hotter than a sizzling conch shell. Conch shell
okay.
fry. That's what I'm gonna go with. Look.
Yeah.
That's hard.
No, that is a weird
さすがの
one.
俺様ももう限界
As expected, even the great me. That is the limit.
こりゃやべえ
Oh, this is real dangerous.
なんだ
What's that?
町
Town?
カドスの喉笛ん時の
From that time at the week's end of Congress.
俺食って腹でも壊しやがれ
Gonna eat me. At least let it wreck your stomach.
Hmm.
Certainly, in the desert.
天国ってわけじゃなさそうだな
Doesn't seem like we've gone to heaven.
ここはどこだ
Where is it? Hello. Wonder Chef.
Yo, dude.
Yokumiya Mutana. You've done well to see through me. Omete wa tsukase. I can praise you for that. 褒美として、そっちに料理を教えてやろう。As a reward, allow me to teach you how to cook. クロケのレシピを教えわれました。You have been taught the recipe for croquet. そしてこれもやるから、たくさん練習するがいい。And I'll give you this too. So practice well. Or so practice lots. 教えたレシピの食材を3セットもらった。You've received 3 sets of ingredients for the recipe you just. 誠心せよ、さらばだ。Mature well. Farewell. Good old Wonder Chef. Thanks, buddy. Oh, we got
Thank
an
you, Wonder
hourglass. And an all divide. Ara, もう大丈夫? Oh my, are you feeling better now? ゆっくりしてていいんですよ. Okay if you take it a little easy. We are going to save there and call it good because we have been going for 4.25 hours.
Yeah. Thank
Which
you very
seems like
much
a
for
good way
having
to-
me today.
Absolutely. And we get closer and closer to the one thing I told you about that I really want you to get to.
Yee.
It is going to be hard for you, but I think it'll be an interesting thing to look out.
Mm-hmm.
But we're now going to save. We are going to call that good. And we are going to, with this screen up, figure out who is going, that I can send you all on a lovely little raid.
Yes.
But in the meantime, let's all say goodbye to YouTube for the VOD. Bye-bye, YouTube. Thank you all for joining. I hope you all watch more videos, and yeah, come check out my streams. Anyway, bye, YouTube. Mata ne.